It's the Peaky Boo. How we all doing today? How we all doing? Good morning and happy Friday, traders. Hopefully, you guys are having a wonderful morning. That you guys are fired up for an awesome day in the market. Man, oh man, I'm excited to be here. Tell you what, I don't like Fridays, guys, but I'm excited for today because we have some action in the market. So I'm excited to see what today has in store. And I'm more excited to just end this week on a profitable note, not giving back those profits. And if we can, locking in some profits today like we've been doing all week. So team, as you know, I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. I'm excited. How about you guys? I know Fridays, normally I'm out of it just a little bit. I'm mentally drained by Fridays. But today, guys, I'm hungry. I'm motivated. And I'm ready to attack this day. What about you guys inside the chat? Hit me with that good morning. How you guys feeling today? We got Steve in chat, Chris, Movie. I want the Alpha logo on my Yeti. How about we do this? How about we just start putting the Alpha logo on all kinds of gear? We'll get some speakers, right? We'll get some like little shakers, a Yeti, some coolers. I mean, we will go Alpha logoed out. I'm excited. And today, guys, we're going to be giving some stuff away. You guys want to give some stuff away today? I'm thinking that we start giving away some Alpha Day Trading gear, thanks to the man, the myth, and the legend, Mr. Ed Nevis. We got some ladies shirts in the house, right? We got some ladies shirts. I got one for my kid. Yeah, look at that. Again, our amazing member inside of chat, Ed Nevis. Mr. Ed took some time over the last couple of months and sent me a really nice gift. And that gift was some Alpha gear. So we can actually have some fun giveaways. And again, guys, hooking you guys up with some Alpha gear. So thank you, Ed. Today, guys, we're going to be giving away some Alpha gear. So make sure you're in the stream. Make sure you're here. We're going to have a fun day, guys. Obviously, getting you guys prepared for the day. Trying to get some quick wins, trying to lock in some great profits to end this week, but also to have some fun, do some giveaways, and end this week even better than we started. So I'm excited. I'm ready to rock, and I'm ready to roll. Angel, how we doing today? Rebecca, Mr. Chris, AJ, how we all doing? Everybody inside the chat, good morning, and happy Friday. PXS, what's up, buddy? Joey, how we doing over on the tube? I did get started a little bit early today, so we don't have to rush it. I might start doing this, maybe just a smidge early, especially if it's a hot day. But today's not really a hot day, all right? So we got a couple penny stocks we're watching, all right? We're going to be watching INDO, all right? So INDO has no news. This stock just started squeezing yesterday from around $3 all the way to $9. Again, we didn't have any news on this stock, if I'm not mistaken. Was there news yesterday? There was. There was news on the 26th that they were going to commence drilling of 2 back-to-back new wells within 30 days and a third by mid-year. So this stock didn't really do anything on the 26th. Got some action yesterday, and then after it hit those highs in 921, really didn't set back up again. Maybe a little bit of this reversal back above 6 to 7, but then it just set sideways, for a couple hours into the end of the day. So, what we're really looking at here on INDO is for this stock to get back above 733. Okay, so back above that 733 level, we can see that was some pretty decent resistance yesterday, and we came up and we just hit it here in pre-market. And what I see right now is a little bit of a flag formation, guys. So I'm seeing a flag formation above the VWAP, above the POC, right, the points of control. So again, we could easily see this break out of its flag next leg up, right? So a break out of this flag and a break over 733, assuming we have volume behind it as well. That would look really good for INDO. And we do have room back up to yesterday's highs there on INDO, and then potentially $10 today if this is the stock that really gets that action. Okay, so we're going to be watching INDO here in pre-market, and definitely out of the gate as well, because again, team, over yesterday's highs at 921, we do have some room to around 990 and then 10, and then potentially up towards around $11.80. I mean, who knows? Maybe we hit that all-time high up there at 1249. Only time will tell, but we do have some activity. We do have some volume here with INDO. We are trading about 2 million shares today. On average, it's 800,000, and it's a very, very low float stock, right? I mean, this stock, clearly, we know it could rip and run. So we're going to be watching this one right out of the gate just to see if we get some out of the gate action here on INDO. So right now, this is the #1 stock we are currently watching. If you guys like trading pre-markets, keep this on watch, as right now, it is consolidating after that nice little leg to the upside, right? 1, 2, 3, 3 5-minute candles up, followed by a period of consolidation. And you do have the POC, the point of control, which is a level of support traders utilize, and the VWAP. So it's worth just keeping on. And right when we say that, it starts cracking on down. So it's still watching INDO, but right now we can see the stock can move very, very quick. It's very, very volatile. I mean, this stock just dumped $1. Just like that, as we've been sitting here talking, just immediately down $1. So, do you guys know how to trade bull flags, right? You guys know how to trade bull flags, correct? If not, we have plenty of time this morning, and I'll explain how you trade a bull flag, because that's what we were talking about. The leg up, consolidation, support, but how do you make entries? Do you guys know how to make entries on bull flags, right? There's a couple different ways you can make entries on a bull flag, okay? So again, if you don't understand how, and you're like, hey, would this have been something I was in, right? Would I have been buying here and just got stuck in this dollar dump? Honestly, you would have never been touching INDO, right? You never had confirmation to enter the bull flag. Nope. Okay, well, let me explain it to you. Again, we have time. I want to make sure today's a very value-packed day, okay? So again, you have the bull flag. All right, let me go ahead and take a picture of this. So there's two ways that you can trade a bull flag, right? Obviously, you have to see the bull flag, right? So you have your leg up, followed by this period of consolidation, right? We can all see that. It's meeting some of the initial criteria for a flag. Leg up, consolidating. You can see here that the stock is coming into this tip, right? Right into what it's called the apex, the tip. So a couple different ways you can trade this. Number one, you start to see the stock breaking out of the consolidation to the upside, right? You see you have a little bit of this downtrend that connects the highs. You have a trend line that connects our lows. So you wait for the stock to start breaking out of that consolidation, right? Out of the apex, out of the tip of the flag. With volume, okay? That confirms you can start making entries, okay? You can start making some entries there, right? That's a riskier way to trade it. But if you know how to read the tape, level 2, price action, you could look at the volume, and you could just get a sense of everything. You could trade it early in anticipation of the flag, right? More experienced traders do that because they know how to cut their losses quick as well. So there's one way you could trade a bull flag. You never had that take place, did you? I mean, here's your downtrend, right? Did we ever see this stock start breaking that downtrend? Did we ever see volume start to move in? We didn't. So there was no confirmation there for an entry, was there? Absolutely not. Another way is, again, you have your bull flag, and you wait for a break of the flag high. So right here, that's the flag high. So again, you start to see the stock breaking out. You see volume. Again, you have one way to trade it, which would be right now, or you actually wait for the stock to break over the flag high, and you would start making entries there. Again, it gives you a little bit of time to be patient, to actually wait for the breakout, wait to see volume actually moving on in, and then typically you still get that continuated move to the upside. Usually these are a lot later on the fill, a lot later, right? You're getting in over those highs versus before the highs. So you're not getting the best entry, but you're getting what I call the safer entry, the more confirmed entry for a flag. You see 2 strong candles, 3 doesn't matter, but you see the stock break, you have volume, and then it breaks the prior high on volume. That's good confirmation that, hey, this is going to be a bull flag. It should continue, right? Bull flags are continuation patterns. So when we were looking at this, why was I not screaming buy? Normally I scream buy. Like, hey, I would buy. INDO right now is a buy. I didn't say that. I said, hey, keep it on watch. We weren't breaking on out yet. So there was no reason to jump involved there on INDO. No reason to jump on in, right? A lot of traders were probably really anticipating this, buying this right through this consolidation, and they just absolutely got dumped on. Everybody panic sold, and it got, pulled back, about $1 there. So again, you have to understand the patterns, right? Bull flag, the criteria, right? We want to see volume, the consolidation, draw your trend lines, and then wait for a break of that downtrend, right? The hardest part is not identifying what a bull flag looks like. The hardest part is not drawing your trend lines. The hardest part's not understanding that we need to see volume. The hardest part's actually waiting, right? The patience is actually waiting for those things to give you a buy signal. Okay, that's where a lot of traders make their mistake, is they're really good at reading charts. They're really good at spotting bull flags, for example, but they lack the patience. A lot of me, I'm speaking from experience. Guess where I was buying as a new trader? I said, well, what if this is the one that rips to $10? Let me just buy it. Let me buy it. What if? And then I'm the trader here getting stopped out. Now I'm pissed off. Now, guess what I'm doing next? I'm hunting for a trade. All right, what about IMMP? I got to make that money back. I start justifying trades. And guess what I keep doing? I keep digging myself a bigger and bigger hole. It's such a deep hole that I can't freaking get out of. Like, I'm just stuck down here, guys. I'm stuck. Right, here's a little ladder. I can't even reach the freaking ladder. I'm down in this hole. I want to get out. I can't get out of this hole. Quit digging yourself a hole. All right, how do you quit digging yourself a hole? If you're really good at reading the chart, but you're bad at execution, and you feel like you lack in execution, work on your patience. Sit on your hand a little bit more. Watch. All right, watch these particular setups. Like, if I were to buy right now, what would be the outcome? And you'll notice 80% of the time the outcome is probably a loss. But if you sit there and watch and say, if I were to wait for confirmation, how many trades would I take? How many trades would I not take? You'll start to find out that you're not taking as many trades, but the ones you would have taken probably have 60 to 70% success rate behind them. Does that all click? Does all that make sense? I hope it does. It really just stems to being patient, right? And that's where I failed a lot as a new trader 3 years in, was I lacked the patience. I was the one buying right here well before I even got confirmation. So again, I really had to work on my patience. And now I know that I want to start to see that volume move in, right? Breaking the downtrend. Then I want to start making entries with a very tight stop loss. I'm looking for that instant move on up, locking in those quick profits. But again, I've got to be very patient and not pull the trigger prematurely, okay? So that's why we would have not touched INDO, right? It was there. It was flagging. It could have broken out, but we never had that confirmation to react to buy that stock. Okay, we are watching INDO though, right? I still think we should keep this one on watch. We are right around that 590-ish level of, I'd call it light support. We had some support yesterday, some resistance. It was a breakout level. It was resistance, and now it's been resistance in pre-market. Now it's trying to hold as support right around, $5.95 to $6. We'll keep it on watch. Now, if we lose this level, guys, and we move lower, most likely back down towards around $5 is where you're going to see INDO. Before you may see that next attempt back to the upside. All right, guys, so we're going to watch INDO, but keep in mind penny stocks kind of stink lately, right? The focus is where? Focus is with the SPY. Focus is with the Qs, with these larger cap stock. Penny stocks have been really hard to trade lately. I can't tell you the last time I've traded a penny stock. I mean, I'll look at my my this week's P&L. I traded BBIG last week, I believe, for $25. I traded one for a $170 loss. But all my winners all my winners were larger price stocks, right? Tesla, SOFI, not technically a penny stock, but still, SE, Goldman Sachs, Disney. So a lot of my consistent winners have been large caps. A lot of the losers, actually, I'm looking at all of them. A lot of my losers are all penny stocks. So, and that's the thing is even someone that primarily trades penny stocks, or I've been trading penny stocks for 6-7 years. I mean, shoot, I keep losing track of time, maybe 8 years. I don't know. It's hard right now. It's hard to trade penny stocks. It's very choppy. It's very challenging. So even someone that's been doing this for a long time, I'm even holding off on trading pennies, and I'm sitting on my hands, and I'm going to where the opportunity is. Yes, I'm using a lot more capital. I'm not able to hit those $1,000 quick, fast wins, right? Because I'm trading like Tesla with equities, not options. I'm trading Nvidia, right? 200-300 shares, and it adds up pretty quick. So again, I just wanted to point that out there, not to rant and ramble too much. Again, we got plenty of time here. Again, penny stocks have been tough. So if you feel like they have been tough, it's been a bit of a challenge. It's not you, right? It's not just you. It's a lot of traders that think the same, right? A lot of traders feel in the same way. Like penny stocks are pretty tough right now. We're not in a penny stock season. We should be watching IMPP as well. All right, guys. So IMPP, there's just a lot of resistance overhead on this stock. All right, so there's a lot of resistance overhead here on IMPP. You got to really break yesterday's highs of 236, right, to really get some action. But then look at the daily resistance. You got 261, 287, $3. I mean, yes, it can make a move to the upside. I mean, it's a very low float stock as well. It's under 3 million in float. It's trading really good volume. I mean, right now it is up 75%. So, I mean, this thing could absolutely just take on off and blast past all of these levels of resistance. But it's something you got to be mindful of. Something that you got to be mindful of, that there is a decent amount of overhead resistance up to $3. And then over $3, there's a big window to 4. That would be your next main target, would be up to 4. And then over 4, there's a huge window up towards around 465.5, and then 6, and then 7. But getting to those levels, you got to start breaking 3 levels of resistance first. 236, 261. I'm sorry, I missed one. 250, right? The pre-market high. So not only do we have to break over yesterday's high, right, which is that pre-market high just recently, right off 236, but we got to break 250. We got to break that daily resistance at 261, 287, $3. So if you're in this, be mindful that it may take some time to actually get going if this is a stock that's going to rip and run today. But when we start seeing it over 3, that's when it can really start making bigger moves, as there's not a lot of overhead resistance from 3 to 4 and then 4 to 460 here on IMMP. So there's definitely some opportunity here. Again, no news on this stock. What we're seeing right now is just, some prior day movers moving around a little bit. This is not even a prior day mover. Spiked a little bit yesterday, closed red. It's just gapping up again here in pre-market. So be mindful that, we're seeing a lot of randomness in the market right now. We don't have solid press releases, but we have good volume. Okay, so we do have the volume and we have the low floats, but just keep in mind that there's no credible reason for these stocks to be moving. Not saying you can't trade the stocks. It's just something you need to be mindful of in the back of your mind. You got VCNX creeping up on the leaderboard as well. This one moved a little bit this week. It would gap up, close red, gap up, close red. We actually gapped down yesterday, closed red. It's actually just building up some volume here. It's up about 14%. It's trading about 1 million shares, 15 million in float. But what's the trend of the week for this stock? Right? We just said it. The whole week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's been red every single day, right? Red, gap up, close red. Gap up, close red. So what's the stock doing? It's moving in pre-market, right? But it's doing nothing throughout the day. Gapping up a little bit, doing nothing throughout the day. So with that being said, I wouldn't really put too much focus here on VCNX because we see the trend. It's had 4 red days back to back to back. Yes, it's gapping up 17%. Is it going to rip and run? Based on what we've done this week, it's very unlikely. But we'll keep it on watch and see if it does start hitting those scanners for today, guys. So again, penny stocks are still tough. Penny stocks are still challenging. My focus is still the SPY, the Qs. Looking at Apple, they just had earnings last night. AMD, Netflix, basically the same stocks we've been looking at all week are the same stocks we're looking at again today. Makes our job really easy. We know how these stocks are moving, right? We've been watching them for the last 4 days. Every single stock. So we know how they move, and we know how to take advantage when the opportunity presents itself. So it really makes our job easy. I know it's boring, right? I know it's boring watching the same stocks, but trading kind of is supposed to be boring, right? To a certain extent. So at least we know these stocks, we know how they move, and we can take advantage and we can make it happen, guys. Okay. So again, IMMP, we're going to keep that one on watch. We're definitely going to watch INDO as well. Not really too interested in VCNX. You got BOIL. This stock getting some action here. BOIL. This looks like an inverse ETF. ProShares Trust. Let's go look at it. Yahoo Finance, BOIL. Natural gas inverse ETF. So that means we probably have, yeah. So this is a natural gas. Is this an inverse ETF? We need to figure it out. Sometimes it shows inverse ETF. Sometimes it's an ETF that tracks. So let's go to profile. It's not inversed. No, it's not inversed. So the category is trading. It's a leveraged commodity, right? It's a leveraged commodity off of natural gas, but it's not inversed, right? So this is actually an ETF off of natural gas, and it's not an inverse. So right now, it looks like natural gas would be ripping and running. Who knows the ticker for natural gas for futures? Futures natural gas. What is the ticker? NG /NG. Yep. And look at NG. So you got futures, natural gas, making some moves, right? So you do have futures, natural gas making moves, and that's why we have BOIL. So just know that BOIL is not like a penny stock. BOIL is it's an ETF. It's a leveraged ETF. So we have what we call, inverse ETFs, kind of like UVXY or again, I'm drawing blanks today, guys. You guys know me. I'm usually at my peak Monday, and I start declining all the way until Friday. And Friday, it's like, you trade stocks? Yeah. And then VXS, VXX, my goodness. And then SPXS. Took me a second to remember those. Those are inverse ETFs, right? So they do the opposite of what they track. So again, an inverse ETF against the SPY will do the opposite of what the SPY does. And then we do have leveraged ETFs, okay, which is going to be something like BOIL against natural gas. Okay, so let's definitely keep BOIL on watch, assuming that natural gas is having a good day, which so far in futures, definitely. And then you have KOLD. What's KOLD? KOLD is an inverse ETF against natural gas, okay? So that is the inverted. So this is the ultra short natural gas. Okay, so you have KOLD, which is the inverse ETF against natural gas. And you can see here, it's doing the complete opposite of BOIL. Again, look at BOIL, the ETF that tracks natural gas, ripping on up. Look at KOLD. It's the inverted. It does the opposite. It's dumping on down. Okay, Chris is laughing. Hey, man, when you put in all this time in this work, my goodness, by Friday, you're done. And literally, I am jello-minded for the weekend. I don't want to do anything besides sleep on the weekends. No, I'm kidding. I love doing stuff. So again, we'll keep BOIL on watch, maybe even KOLD for some shorts, right? We can take advantage of the long side on BOIL, maybe take advantage of some shorts on KOLD. So that's what we got going on today, guys. Again, IMPP, penny stock that we're going to be watching. INDO. These stocks are fresh this morning. Got GMVD. Okay, I do want to keep this on watch, not because it's moving in pre-market, but because of the daily formation. You got a slight daily flag here forming. It actually made some decent moves yesterday. We had a 550 target above 5. It never made it to 550, made it to 540, but still broke 5, held it. About an 8% move to the upside. So I will be watching GMVD today above 5. Ideally for that 540, 560 breakout, as we could see this back up towards around 611, and then possibly that high at 674. So that's one of my top back burner plays right now, is going to be GMVD, right? Obviously, we're watching the SPY. We were talking about the SPY yesterday. It's very 50-50, right? We look at the technicals, right? There's a few signs that scream we found the bottom, and there's a few things that scream we have more room to the downside. So what I notice on the SPY here, again, just looking at this daily chart, is I see this big leg down, right? While it's selling off, we're ramping up with volume. We get this little 2 to 3-legged pullback into the 200 SMA resistance while we dropped in volume. And then we had a proper rejection yesterday off the 200 SMA. So what is that? Stock's dumping. It bounces back up on decreased volume. It pulled back on decreased volume, telling me that that bounce was a weak bounce, telling me that we have potential to hit the 200 SMA and to continue to fall to the downside. So at first glance, there's a few things that look pretty bearish with the SPY. I mean, we're below the 200 SMA. We had a proper multi-day rejection off the 200 SMA, okay? Volume increasing along the sell-off. Volume decreasing as it's bouncing back up, right? You think of these and you're like, okay, it's pretty weak. It seems bearish. Definitely looking like we have some room to the downside. But then when you look at it, the SPY has just stopped, right? It literally has just stopped the last 4 days, right at 430. So that's showing me some strength, right? The fact that it's just, it drops below, it pops back up, drops below, pops back, drops below, pops back up. That's showing me some strength on how we just came down very aggressively and we stopped. Not just 1 day, 2 days, 4 days. And what are we doing here in pre-market? We're getting back above that level. We lost it here in pre-market. We're back above that level. So again, that's why I'm a little 50-50 with the SPY, because there's a few things that look bearish, like we have room to the downside, right? But there's also a few things that I noticed that kind of seem like, hey, maybe this could be a little bit of a short-term bottom. Maybe we see a nice bounce. This would be the 5th time that we'd be bouncing off 430 on the daily. We could see it back up to 442, the 200 SMA. This could be the bottom. We could start to see the markets move back up. So again, the fact that I'm 50-50, I'm not being, not being aggressive. I'm still trading lightly, and I'm just simply waiting for more things to develop, right? Another day into early next week, really just taking it easy, 1 day at a time, looking at everything very thoroughly, and then trying to make the best decision on which direction I think the SPY is going to go so I can take advantage of it. But right now, I think it's just too 50-50 for me. I don't want to buy puts. I don't want to buy calls as far as swing trading. Okay, now, what do we do for day trades? We do the same thing we've been doing for 3 weeks. Come in, do our due diligence, mark up our levels, and then start having a conversation with ourselves. What's that conversation need to be? If this happens, I will do this. If this happens, I will do that. So if this level cracks and the stock stays below, I will short it down to this level, right? If the stock breaks and holds above this level, I will take it long to this level. Again, you're just doing your due diligence. You're getting prepared. You're having that preparation conversation with yourself. Preparation conversation. I like it. And then all you do is you sit back and wait and you react to the opportunity. Don't try and predict where the SPY is going to close in today, right? You don't know what's going to happen. What if Biden says something at 2 o'clock and the market doesn't like it? You can't predict that. That's unpredictable. So why try and predict the market? Just react to the market. React to what you see and the opportunities in front of you, and you will do what you've been doing all week. What have you guys been doing all week? What's everybody been doing all week? Huh? What have you been doing? Locking in profits? Locking in profits? Locking in profits every single day, right? Why? We're not predicting where it's going. We're not looking for home runs. We're not getting aggressive. We're not being greedy, right? Yeah, we're not making 10 grand. We're also not losing 20 grand. What are we doing? We're locking in consistent base hit profits day after day after day after day after day, okay? So with that being said, stick to what you've been doing, because what you've been doing is working. You're making money, okay? Consistently. Keyword, consistently. Right? You want to have a $10,000 winner and then come in the next day and have a $15,000 loser because you're aggressive? I don't want to have those big swings. I want to just lock in my consistent 3 to 5 a day, 3 to 5 a day, 3 to 5 a day. And at the end of the month, I got 10K versus being up 15 and then down 20, then up 5 and then up 6 and then down 10. That's just too much. It's too much. Keep it simple. Simplify the process. Base hits, consistency, every day, right? It's boring, but it's easier, right? It's boring. You don't make 20 grand a day, right? That's exciting. $500 a day is not really exciting when you think about $10,000 days. But with $10,000 days could come $10,000 losses. Is a $10,000 loss exciting? Not really. Probably frustrating. So what do you do the next day? Maybe you revenge trade. Maybe you're frustrated. Just get over the big swings, right? As a newer trader, focus on your base hits. Maybe your base hits $50 a day. Focus on your base hit, $50 a day. Maybe your base hits $500 a day. Focus on your base hit, $500. If your base hits $1,000, focus on your $1,000 base hits. Right now in this market, it's not a home run market, okay? So again, navigate the market properly. Do what we've been doing for the past 3 weeks, and you will continue to see great results like you guys have been. So watching the SPY, we talked about that 430 level. That 430 level is pretty key. So again, we're just watching that, over 430. If it holds 430, maybe we have some calls, right? Maybe we can take some calls. We can take this long here on the SPY. Where would we take it long to? We have this big multi-day downtrend here on the SPY. Look at this. See that big, massive downtrend? See this uptrend that we have as well? It's kind of consolidating into this tip, right? May not do anything today, but here come Monday, we may be right in this tip, and we could be making a bigger decision whether we're going up, whether we're coming back down in a violent way, okay? So today, to the long side, how high could I expect to see the SPY go? Probably into this downtrend, right? Look at how many times it's been tested over the last few weeks. So I would say that would put us somewhere up around 436, 437 on the SPY. To the long side, as long as we're staying above that 430 support. Now, if we can't stay above 430 and we drop back below and we're seeing weakness, back down towards around Tuesday's lows, I believe. Was that Tuesday? That was Monday's lows, 420, right? Back down towards around 420. So watching the SPY here closely today, like we have been all week. There's always seems to be opportunity with the SPY, guys, always. Obviously, we're watching the Qs as well. I'm actually watching the SPY more than the Qs, because it just seems to be a little bit easier to read that chart on the SPY versus the Qs. But we're still watching the Qs, guys. And the reason we're watching the Qs is because if we're trading like Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, we need to be watching the Qs to see what direction the Qs go. So AMD, I don't even know why that's on my watch list right now. But Nvidia is on my watch list. Why is Nvidia on my watch list, right? Because we closed below for the first time. We closed below the 200 SMA. Okay, so I want to see what we look like around that 200 SMA. So we had a lot of support right around 222. We had a couple days of support right around 222 to 223. Nice little bounce. And then yesterday we just got smacked to the downside here on Nvidia. And we actually closed below the 200 SMA. So now that we're below 200 SMA support, what is it? 200 SMA resistance. So I want to keep Nvidia today on watch below that 222 to 223 to see if we stay below, right? If we see that selling pressure and it's like, all right, this is resistance, I'm thinking about shorting this back down the pre-market lows of 215. That's about $7. Below 215, we have room down to 209, which is Monday's lows. So there's a lot of opportunity today here on Nvidia. One of my top stocks I'm actually watching for today. I'm not really watching Netflix today. Always watching Tesla, right? Tesla's bouncing off the 200 SMA, guys. Right, so you got Tesla sitting right at 814. We've bounced several times here in pre-market. So we'll have to watch Tesla around that 200 SMA. And even if it does crack the 200 SMA, where's it coming down to? Probably $800. Psychological support. So I mean, that's about $14 to the downside, but Tesla moves quick. If Tesla can stay above that 814 level and hold support, I mean, we could technically see Tesla back up to 844 and then 850 today on Tesla. So watching Tesla around those levels, guys. Talked about Nvidia, why I'm watching this around what levels as well, getting prepared. Apple had earnings. I just want to see what this stock does. All of the earnings this week really haven't done much the day after, right? Intel, Microsoft, Tesla, right? A lot of these stocks, not too much. Now, again, Tesla sold on off yesterday. How did INTC do? What did INTC do after earnings? So, after earnings, we were red. What about Microsoft? After earnings, we were red that day. So again, we saw some gap ups and then red, but overall market, right? Again, the overall market plays a huge factor, but just looking at these stocks that have had earnings, Microsoft, Intel, Tesla, again, you have some action in pre-market, post-market, but then, closing red. So again, Apple, just be mindful. There might be people in this for a swing around 158. It's at 164. You could see some profit taking on this. It's not a huge gap up, but again, it is gapping up from 159.22 to where we're currently at. That's like 3%. You could see some profit taking. But again, you got to be mindful of the overall market, right? What's the overall market doing today? That's going to really dictate where these go. And then last but not least, guys, I'm watching TTD once again. Yesterday's trade was SE. That was my trade of the day. Today, I'm looking at TTD below 59.20, down towards around 56. Okay, so again, watching TTD below that 59.20 level. I could see this down towards around 56.07 and possibly even 55 there on TTD. So top ones that I'm watching are going to be TTD, and I'm definitely watching Nvidia. I probably like Nvidia more than TTD, okay? And then my third one is going to be Tesla, right? If we see that strong bounce off the 200-day moving average, we have room back into the 840s up to 850. And then I'm going to be watching Apple as a little bit of a back burner out of the gate, just to see what Apple does as we had earnings last night. Okay, and they had good earnings. So again, just watching this, looking to see what this does, but looking at the theme of the week, I guess, is earnings, had some action in post-market, pre-market, some gapped up, closed red the next day. So I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm saying I'm just something I'm being mindful of, okay? So that's really what we have going on this beautiful Friday, guys. Okay, not a lot going on in penny stock land. But we do have some action and we do have some opportunity with the broader market today. KSCP is starting to move on up. Quick little pump and dump. So adds another Fortune 500 company to client list. Added a Nightscope K5 to the security program of a finance company. This stock is a public listing on NASDAQ. That was on the 1st, but then they were listed yesterday. Okay. Newer IPO stock. Let's watch this. We know these stocks can move pretty quickly. So let's watch KSCP. And they do have news today that they added another Fortune 500 company to their client list. They announced they added a Nightscope K5 to the security program of a finance company. So at least there is an article, there is news, it's a newer IPO. We could see the stock move around a little bit. We'll watch KSCP as well. And what's up, the man, the myth, the legend? Diego, what's up? Joey, Elvis, Shaq, how we all doing? Logitech? Go look at Logitech, L-I-G-I. They had earnings this week. I don't see anything there. I mean, it bounced up over the last few days. Last couple of days, decreasing volume a little bit, stuck below that 50 SMA. It just seems like it's having a hard time getting above that 50 SMA here. We tried to get above it on Thursday and tried to hold above it. We were above it when we opened, but again, we couldn't hold above and we just got smacked back down. Slight gap up yesterday, and we're stuck in between the 20 and the 50. So, I mean, right now, the way I look at LOGI is if we lose $80, like 80.50, we drop below that level. I could see it back down towards around 78. But if we can for some reason, assuming the market's great today, and we see a lot of great action across the board, looking for LOGI to break above $82. We could see it back up towards around Wednesday's spiking highs, around 82.50 and then 85. They're on Logitech, but again, one of those two levels need to be broken, right? You're looking for calls. You're looking to take this long. I would say you need to start breaking 82 to 82.50 first, right? Which would be the open and the highs of Wednesday, that Wednesday candle that you see there, right? The high was 82.50. Over that, you do have room to $85 on Logitech, okay? If you start dropping below this, I would call it $80.50 level, right? you have those gaps that need filled to the downside. You can start filling those gaps today. First gap fill would be at 77.79 and then down towards around 74.58 to fill these two gaps if you do see weakness today over on LOGI. What's good with XLO? So at first glance, I mean, there's like from a technical standpoint, I don't see anything with XLO that really stands out to me. I don't do fundamentals. I'm not a fundamental guy, so I just don't know these companies' fundamentals. I mean, it is a therapeutic company. So, I mean, their last press release was they did a first patient and first human trial of solid tumor drug candidate. On the 20th, they announced initiation of patient dosing in phase 2 trial with solid tumors. Again, you had some news on the 20th, but again, you're talking that was a couple weeks ago. They're on the 20th. That was last Thursday. Even last Thursday on the 20th, when that stock had news, it went from around $13.60 to, I mean, about a $2 move on XLO. But again, no recent news here on XLO. The stock is doing absolutely nothing in pre-markets. From a daily perspective, all I see is the stock having a really hard time getting above this 50 SMA. I mean, it's tried 2 times recently to break above that 50 SMA, got rejected. Yesterday tried again, got rejected, but look at yesterday's volume. There was no volume on the stock. So XLO, I don't think there's anything good with it. Yeah, I'm going to take the boat out to do some ice fishing. You're dang right. As you guys can see, I don't even have my broker open right now. Right? I don't even have my broker open because there's nothing going on. All right, so Hood calling the bottom is hard, though. Any thoughts on Hood? It has been beaten down. Thoughts are to stay away from it. Seems like junk, evil, mind loves a beaten up stock. Hey, I love beaten up stocks as well. Let's go look at HOOD real quick. Yeah, you're 100% right. This thing is just getting absolutely smacked to the downside right now. Here's how I look at it. I mean, do you know anything about the fundamentals here? I mean, is this a solid long-term company? You know, I got to ask those questions. Again, I don't know anything about the fundamentals. The first thing that I would do is go to tipranks.com, tipranks, and look to see what the average analyst rating is and see what the outlook is on Hood, right? But what I see is, absolutely beaten down. It's an $11 stock now. Could it go to 0? I mean, it could. But I mean, from 85 down to 10, beaten down, you could get some action, right? You could start picking up these dips a little bit. Just start buying these dips here and there if you like it for a long term. But again, right now it's stuck in this downtrend. It's not go all in, get all out. This is one of those, scale in if you want to do a little bit of a longer term swing trade. As again, it's so low. It's so low that it could bounce back up. But again, there's been no sign for the past 3 months of the stock bouncing back up. There has not been any kind of sign whatsoever that the stock has found a low, that it's ready to start moving back up. So, I mean, it's a risky play because you're trading against the trend, right? The trend is very strong to the downside. You'd be trading against the trend, really just looking for something positive to come about with HOOD to see if it can make a rebound, off these lows. I mean, we're gapping down again. We're down at 975. 975. The stock yesterday closing at 1161 earnings. Now it's down to $10. I mean, hey, I don't know what your plan is. I don't know how you approach these beaten down stocks. If this is something you think could make a decent recovery, $20-$30, you're still talking 2 to 3x. It's a $10 stock. If you think it has potential in a couple years, hey, maybe it's worth, starting to buy this dip a little bit, So like you said it, you hit it on the head. Calling the bottom is tough. I don't try and call bottoms. I just look at solid investments, solid companies. I definitely don't think HOOD is one. And when I find that these solid stocks, these companies are at key levels of support, I dollar cost average in, right? It could be the bottom, right? It could be. It could not be. So I continue to buy at all my levels, right? That's kind of what I'm doing across the board, right? If you look at everything, RBLX, I got one bottom here, right? That gap fill. I liked the gap fill area. I bought it at 79. It's down towards around 56, right? We're making new lows. I'm going to probably buy a little bit more, right? It keeps coming down, keeps coming down, keeps coming down. I'm going to buy a little bit more because this is a longer term play for me. I think Roblox has a lot of great potential behind it. The UPST is another one. I bought this stock right here at support, right around 105, right? I was buying this one, scaling in around 105. It's dropping even lower into more support. Guess what? I'm probably going to buy more at this support level. Comes down towards around 45. Guess what? I'm going to buy more around 45. Why? Because I like UPST long term, right? I do like it longevity-wise. So I'm not too concerned about short-term price movements. I'm just patient and I wait for these levels to be hit, right? Just to start scaling it even more at some of these lower levels here. Because these are solid companies that I think still have good long-term potential. Now, these are some of my riskier plays, right? This isn't like my, Costco, Apple, Amazon. It's not the FANG stocks, right? It's not the super safe investments. They can be considered a little risky, but I do still think they're solid companies. They do have long-term growth, right? Even Unity Software, ticker U, right? I mean, this thing's still getting beaten down, but what have I been doing? I've been buying some Unity, right? I've been scaling in a little bit here. I'll probably buy a little bit more today, to be honest with you. And that's just kind of what I've been doing across the board, guys. It's just kind of cherry picking a little bit. All right, so we got about 2 minutes to go, team. Got about 2 minutes to go. We are watching IMPP here, right? IMPP not looking bad. Over 236. Got room to 261, 287, and then $3. Remember, if you guys are just now tuning in, BOIL is a leveraged ETF against natural gas. KOLD is a leveraged inverse ETF against natural gas. So it's going to do the opposite of what natural gas is doing, as it's an inverse ETF. We do have a new IPO yesterday. That's Nightscope. That's KSCP. And we know that newer IPOs have been moving a little bit recently as traders are really desperate to get something going. And they did release a press release here that they added another Fortune 500 company to their client list. So at least we have some credibility here with KSCP. And we know that these newer IPO stocks can sometimes really rip and run. So we're going to be watching KSCP today. We're definitely watching IMPP. And we're watching INDO as well. One of my top back burner stocks at this time would still be GMVD. Right? Above $5, we have room to 550, 560. And then we can see it up towards around 611 and 670 as we have a slight daily flag formation here on GMVD. And then obviously we're watching the SPY today above 430. Be watching the Qs. One of my favorite stocks that I want to watch is Nvidia. And I still am eyeballing some TTD as well. As soon as I get those edited, my man, as soon as I can take some time to get those edited, I will get those uploaded right away. All right, so the ones I'm working on today after we're done here: volume profile, options part 2, shorting stocks, support and resistance. So typically the lessons we do during the week will always be in the video lessons library no later than the very next week, the following week, moving forward. All right, so markets open, team. Let's have an awesome day. Let's make it happen. Be smart and trade safe. And our goal today is what? End the week profitable, not giving any profits back. So let's make it happen, team. And let's get after it. James just wanted to say thank you. Watching Mark Douglas right now. Just wanted to let you know. That's awesome. I love it, James. Thank you so much for the support. And thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad that you're able to pull some things away from these streams and that it's helping you in your trading career. So awesome stuff. I love it. Good work. Keep it up. PDLB hitting that breakout scanner. PDLB. Man, I tell you what, guys, when you have dyslexia, right? When you have dyslexia like me, it makes it really hard to get these tickers right sometimes. Woo! I'm not touching a penny stock for the first 10 to 15 minutes. That's just me. I'm going to wait for these stocks to prove themselves, okay? I am not going to touch a penny stock. Most likely, the first 10 to 15 minutes. Probably won't see me in a trade for the first 10 to 15 minutes. I do not want to be the guinea pig. I do not want to just take an unnecessary loss. I want to wait for these stocks to actually prove themselves that they have potential to move higher today. And I'm just looking for a good opportunity, a good setup. And out of pre-market, there wasn't really a whole lot. So look at Nvidia, guys. Nvidia, right up, right out of the gate, boom, right off that 200 SMA, like to the penny here. Again, just right now we're watching. Sitting back, relaxed, waiting, watching for the best opportunity, guys. No reason to jump the gun here. Again, right now, team, we're just kind of sitting back, relaxed. We chill as a cucumber right now. So here's IMM. Jeez, I can't even do it. Dyslexia. IMPP. And INDO. So INDO has that $6 support, but again, you're fresh out of the gate, guys. Don't let me talk you out of a good trade if you like it. You do have that $5.95, $6 support that we were talking about this morning in pre-market. You're an INDO. All right. So again, we are holding above that level of support. Like I said, full transparency, right? Full disclosure, guys. I'm not touching a penny stock the first 10 to 15 minutes. Not that I'm scared. It's just I want to make sure that these stocks are going to hold on up. All right. If we see some consistency first 15 minutes, then hey, maybe we can see some consistency thereafter. But again, I want to make sure I'm not being the guinea pig and just jumping into something and taking an unnecessary loss. But again, I'm here to commentate everything for you. You do have that $5.95, $6 support. If you guys are in that for any reason, your stops would be low a day, which would be $5.80. Your next targets, you'd have $7, right? $7, and then $7.33. And look at your volume profile from today. All right, look at that volume profile from today. You see this big gap, this low volume area? We know stocks can move very, very quickly and very rapidly through these low volume areas. Where's our next peak, right? Where's the next high volume area? The peak, right around $7, okay? Right around $7. And then up towards around $7.33 here on INDO. So keep that one on watch. IMPP has that light support, okay? Light support right at that 232 level. Right around that 232 is going to be your light level of support on IMPP. Top resistance now is going to be high a day, right around 270. And then you have room to 287 and then $3 there on IMPP. There goes INDO. Now it's halted. So right when we get into that low volume area, you see how it just ripped on up? See how it moved up very quick, very fast, very rapidly, right? One of those reasons is, right, it was a very low volume area and it came right up to where? One of those high volume areas right before it got halted. So right now, We definitely have some action with INDO, guys. We definitely have some action with INDO. Right now, one of the top, the top stock, INDO. How's KSCP doing? Nothing. So right now, INDO halted at 9:35.49. We'll be live at 9:40.49. So again, we got about 4 minutes if this is a 5-minute halt. This is why I say all the time, guys, I'm going to give you, right? I'm going to give you access to my brokerage account. So anytime we come through and I say, hey, I really, really like this here and there, right? And the reasons, you guys can just take the trades for me so I don't miss them. So we don't have anything on TTD yet, but Nvidia, I mean, hit that 200 SMA to the freaking penny. I mean, right down to that 214.56 to the penny. That's no bueno. I mean, it's good if you guys got it for any reason, but it's no bueno if you missed it like me. I mean, to the penny, it doesn't get any nicer than that. So, straight to the basement. So remember how key that 430 was, guys, on the SPY? That key 430 level on the SPY? That is the level I'm going to be watching here on the SPY, guys. That 430 level. If we see it getting stuck below 430 and it's just not able to get back above 430, I'm short on the SPY down to 426.27. Then looking for that crack below 426.27 down to 420.76. There on the SPY. So I am watching the SPY as one of my top watches at this point in time. I believe we have room down to 426.27, but I know you guys are probably still watching INDO here when we go live out of this halt. So let's keep our eyes on INDO, as this is the #1 penny stock right now. All right, so right now, watching this, 733 break. It has room to 9, and then up towards around that $9.90 to $10 level. So there's still some good potential here with INDO. Halt level was 694, and that 694 level, the halt level, happens to line up with the POC, the point of control. So watching INDO, but at the same time, I see the SPY right here. I see the SPY, and it looks very tempting. I'm stuck between, do I wait for INDO to go live out of the halt? Or do I go ahead and possibly take a SPY trade coming on up? Right now, we have coming on up, guys. We should be live very, very soon. About 5 seconds on INDO. 5 seconds. INDO. Got the gap up. Right down to the halt level 7. Your stops are at 680 now. If you're in, your stops are 680, guys. These things can move quick. If for some reason you got in, you got to go 680. Yeah, see, look at that. Just when you crack below that halt level, it starts getting a little nasty, guys. Starts getting a little nasty there. You do not want to be holding those because they can turn into halts to the downside. Just like that. Halted, getting halted to the downside at this point in time. You know, I kind of want to short these pennies, guys. I really want to short these pennies. But again, what have we been doing lately? Trading Fidelity. Fidelity doesn't have an abundance of shorts. So again, I've been, stuck with these longs, stuck with, whether that's options with you guys or trading these large cap stocks that are shortable or simply having to be extra patient because I'm not able to short a lot of these penny stocks, right? So IMPP right now, getting that 267 breakout right up into our 287, pretty close. At 285 there. Over that 285, 287, it's a $3 target. But like I said, that first 15-ish minutes, I just wasn't willing to take a trade. I want to make sure I'm not being the guinea pig. And by sitting back on my hands, I was able to not get involved with INDO here. I know it moved up very quick, but at the same time, knowing what market conditions are for penny stocks, it's a little risky to just jump on in here. Don't you agree? So again, I'm just kind of sitting back, relaxed, making sure that we're not being the guinea pig here in this market, that the trades we take are perfect trades, that are just dang near perfect trades. We need setups. We need high probability trades, high probability trades, not gambles, right? Not no 50-50 stuff. We need that 80-20 stuff. The value of your order exceeds your intraday buying power. That's trade error. That's weird. Very weird. Why is that happen? I may think about a SPY short below 430 here as it looks like it's rolling on over, guys. I'm short SPY here. Stops back above that POC. So why did I take the short? Well, number one, this was our trend line that we had run on the daily chart, and you can see it distinctively on higher time frames. Right, number one, we see that solid resistance at that trend line. We also have our resistance off our 9 EMA. We also have this POC, the point of control, really holding this down as well. So again, I took a little starter on the SPY with stops above 429.50. See if we can get a little action here on the SPY out of the gate for a nice little continuation to the downside. Again, I'm not taking the trade long because, again, I feel like I'd be trading against the trend. I'd be trying to go long underneath resistance, right? I mean, there's 3 points of resistance. You have the point of control. You can see it's really holding this down. You got this 9 EMA that's holding it down. And you do have this trend line here. And you can really distinctively see this trend line over the last couple of days here on the SPY. Boom, boom, boom. So I see this multi-day trend line being rejected to the penny multiple times, below the 9 EMA and below the POC, and the trend is your friend. What does that mean? Trade with the trend. Why was I not going long here? Right? Because again, I want to trade with the trend. Now, could it stop me out? Absolutely. My stops are over this resistance. My stops are going to be 429.60. Where's my target? I believe we have room down to that 426.27 mark. That's where I want to try and take the SPY. Down towards around that 426.27. Now, I know it's 16 minutes in, but again, I saw a few separate reasons to go ahead and get a little bit of a starter position here on the SPY. Nothing too aggressive, right? Not aggressive, right? I'm really scaling back my size. I really scale back my size out of the gate if I do take trades. So again, I didn't go in with like 200-300 shares. But I am short SPY right now. And I really like that Fidelity trick that I tested, right? When you see the order pop in, right? When you see the order hit, you right click it and create an opposite order. It was very quick, very fast, making me feel confident with, scaling into, larger size come next week with Fidelity. Because before it was challenging. You'd have to retype the order in, retype the entire order in, which took 10 to 15 seconds. Now, it took about 5 seconds to right click to get that opposite order in the system. So I was able to just right click, create an opposite order on Fidelity, and immediately switch me to a buy to cover with my position sizing and a market. It was very quick. It was very easy. So again, I'd like to let you guys know why I get involved in trades. I am short, right? Where my stop is, where my target is, and the reasonings that I got into the trade as well. What was the reasonings, right? I want to break all of that down so you understand why I'm taking trades. So next time you see something similar, you may want to put on the similar trade, right? Maybe you want to back test it and paper it and see if it's a trade strategy that you like. Also, how I manage my risk, and how I'm not greedy and I take profits. So again, could I get stopped out? Absolutely. Could I hit target? Absolutely. But what I saw at that point in time was a few separate reasons to go short, not necessarily to go long. Good job, buddy. Go to bed for the day again. Able to go to bed for the day again. That's what I'm talking about. Got an INDO. Quick little trade there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Go back to sleep. Spaz. Way to lock in those quick profits. I love what you're doing in chat. Trading your approach. Trading your strategy. That's a pretty big candle there. Pretty decent little candle there. Looks like, yeah, that's a pretty big volume break. Yeah, I might go ahead and bring my stop down a little bit lower. Instead of having my stop way up here, I may stop a little bit closer to my entry because that was a pretty strong rebound right there. I could always look to get right back in. Yeah, the SPY's a little, SPY's definitely erratic right now. Still in it for the next couple of moments here, guys. I'm still holding that short just for a couple more moments. I started to see some selling pressure. So I didn't get out there. I wasn't faked out of that. I'm starting to see a lot of strong selling pressure, so I did not get out. I'm still holding that short, guys. I'm right around break even on this. Look at that big wick. Okay, I'm still short. I'm still confident with my short here. It tried, but look at all that selling pressure. You can definitely see sellers are here right now. I'm still holding short SPY. I want to see this come down below low a day for that next leg down. Again, 426.27 be an area that I would really like to cover this. Depending on what we do over the next few moments, maybe it sets up for an entry. Maybe I can scale into this. Maybe I can add to my position. Right now, I'm only holding 100 shares. I did not see any shares to short on IMPP. The SPY is definitely all over the place right now. I don't like the movement here on the SPY right now. I'm going to go ahead and get out of the SPY. I don't like that movement. I'm going to just go ahead and get out. Not worth holding a trade that you're not confident with anymore, so I got out. I wasn't liking it. I wasn't liking volatility there and the movement with it. So I went ahead and got out right there on that candle. So I'm out of the SPY right now. IMPP. Jesus, this thing blew on up. So your lower support is going to be 287. Your lower support, 287, but we could see a halt strategy right at that 344. So right now we were halted on IMPP at 949. We'll be live at 944. I'm sorry, 949 will be live at 954.39. We got about 2.5 minutes to go here before we're live on IMPP. KSCP is doing nothing. INDO is still trying to get some action, guys. So we got a couple hot pennies right now. You got INPP, and we have INDO. But INDO, it dumped when it made that new intraday high. So I want to make sure it's not going to just rug pull again and dump again. Pre-market highs right here where we're at now, right around that 740. If we can have a strong break over 740, I don't see any reason why it can't hit $9 on INDO. Here's TTD. TTD was one I've been watching. It's moving very, very closely to the SPY. Very, very closely to the SPY. Almost a very similar chart between the SPY and TTD. So depending on what the SPY does, that will dictate how I take this TTD trade. Right now, I am watching TTD here. Below this 59.20, guys, down to 56 on TTD. It is shortable as well. I'm short TTD. I am short TTD at this time. Right at 59, 58.92, so right at 59. Stops are right over that level of resistance. I saw the SPY getting pulled down pretty quick. So I'm looking for TTD for a new low a day possibly here. I am short TTD. Tight stops over that prior high. Cost basis, 58.92. SPY's got to get pulled down like it just did for TTD to get pulled down as well. Let's see here. This TTD got to get that 58.40 crack. Watching SPY, I'm watching TTD. Again, I'm watching the SPY very closely because TTD has a very similar chart. It's moving very, very closely to the SPY. If the SPY starts bouncing, we'll probably see TTD bounce, and I'll have to just jump out. If the SPY drops below low a day, yeah, that's definitely going to help TTD out quite a bit here. So we got 58.62 on the ask. Again, my cost basis is 58.92. There's 58.50. Let's get low a day here. New low a day. Let's get pulled down. I mean, again, we have room down to that 56 level. I said, I'm really putting a lot of emphasis here on the SPY. And it's Friday. When I take trades on Friday, small size, tight stops. That is my way of trading. Me personally on Fridays, because Fridays are the toughest days for me in my trading. So again, it's small size, tight stops. Right? If I'm getting stopped out for a $10 loss here, a little $20 loss there, I'd rather it be 10 bucks, 20 bucks, 50 bucks versus hundreds of dollars. And then I know that one trade will hit. And I know that I will be able to dig myself out of a small little hole. Instead of having a $500 loss, why not have an $80 loss? That's what I took on the SPY. I took a little $80 loss on the SPY. Right now, I've already made that back on this trade, and I'm still holding this trade right now. Again, right now, I'm not going to put myself in a position to take a lot of heat on my trades. If that means I got to get out pretty much at break even and wait to get back in, right? And it takes me 2 to 3 different attempts to nail my trade just to not take an unnecessary loss. That's exactly what I'm going to do today. That's what I do, and that's my approach on Fridays. I'm not as patient on Fridays. SPY bouncing back up. You see TTD bouncing back up here a little bit. Still want to see if we can get pulled down to that 58 level. SPY still looking weak at this time. You can see TTD looking a little weak at this time. There is no news on IMPP. There was no news. The only news that we had on IMPP, actually, I don't even know. That was INDO. There was no news on IMPP when we were looking at it this morning. So again, I'm still holding short TTD for just for now. I want to see the SPY continue drop. Like I said, TTD and the SPY are moving very closely together. There's a slight delay between the SPY and TTD. We saw that big drop on the SPY. I jumped into the short. We got a quick immediate drop on TTD. So if we see the SPY drop, usually a couple seconds later, we see TTD drop. We see the SPY rip, I know I can get out of TTD before that possibly starts pushing back to the upside as well. Now the spreads are starting to open up a little bit. Really have to trade this right. Right now, I'm going to put a stop at my break even. I got about 40 cents of breathing room. Right now, I'm risk-free on TTD. That's the way I want to trade this right now on Friday. I want to go risk-free on TTD. So my stop loss right now is going to be break even. That means if I get out, hey, I'm break even, right? If it sets up, I can get right back in. But the last thing I want to do is see this squeeze me out $1 to the upside. That's unnecessary. Right now, I am risk-free on TTD. SPY looks like you got a new low a day coming on up, team. Potential new low a day there on the SPY. Below 428, man. Below 428, the SPY's going to start getting a little nasty here. We call that, yes, a pump and dump. You're absolutely right. SPY's bouncing a little bit. TTD is not really falling off the way I thought it would. I may just go ahead and walk away from this and wait for a better entry. Something where I know I can get in and see a quicker move. But I'm still holding. I'm not out yet. I'm trying to be as patient as possible here, but I may consider getting out of this just to put my focus elsewhere if there's better opportunity. See if we can drop below 58.30. Below 58.30 on down to 58. There's 58.26. Come on, TTD. Keep dropping a little bit for us. Keep dropping a little bit for us. There we go. There's 58.13. Keep getting smacked. Keep getting smacked to the downside, TTD. Can you make it lower than 58? Can you drop 58? Can we go 57? Do you got it in you? I got a 56 target on this bad boy. Like I said, SPY's really trying to bounce here. SPY's really trying to hold that 428 mark. There's a new low. There's 57.90. Let's get those asks below 58 now. We can see the ask drop below 58. 57.50. I may start considering taking a little bit of profit. It's not as aggressive to the downside as I thought it was going to be once we dropped below 59.20. I thought we were going to see it get hit hard, probably $1 or $2 very quickly, and it's just taking a little bit longer. I'm already up, about $1 a share. Pretty close, not quite, but close to $1 a share. SPY doesn't crack here in a moment. I probably will lock in my $1 a share on TTD. And if we don't see the ask below 58, I'll probably just lock in this $1 a share. I mean, $1 is $1. Still trying to be patient. You got the bids dropping off even lower. Now you got bids at 57.89. Those asks need to come below 58. Get those asks below 58. Get another 50-cent drop. And I start locking in some profit here. That SPY is really trying to hold on up. If I see the bids back at 58, I'm out of TTD. It's not falling on off like I thought it was going to. All right, I'm out of TTD for now. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. It's a $200 trade. I'm not gonna sit here and watch it go back to my break even. I'm just gonna take that quick $1 share. So here's what you're looking at on IMPP, guys. I mean, good timing for me not to be looking at it because it wasn't doing anything. Break of the downtrend, back above 3. You can take it long to 350. IMPP, okay? Breaking this downtrend, back above $3 as well. You could take it long to high a day. Support 275. Support's 275 on IMPP. INDO makes me want to short it. Yeah, so I mean, again, guys, I took that small little loss on the SPY. I just banged out a quick $200 on TTD. Again, I'm taking my size very, very small today. Very small on my size because, again, it's Fridays, and I know how I trade on Fridays. I mean, hey, $100 goes to the bottom line. And still, again, getting used to Fidelity and just making sure I'm confident to really take aggressive size. Why did I not take 1,000 shares on that when normally I would probably take 1,000 shares? Is, again, I'm not 100% confident with Fidelity yet. And until I'm 100% confident, you won't see me taking, 1,000 share, 2,000 share positions until I get very comfortable with the entries and the exits. So we're working on small little base hits. How's GMVD doing? Nah, GMVD, nothing right now, but still may have some potential coming on up. IMPP has to break the downtrend, and it has to break back above 3. Apple's curling. Apple looks good here, guys. Apple doesn't look bad. If we break that prior little high of 165, you could see Apple back up towards around 166.80 here. So Apple has this really nice U shape. Looking for a nice little break on up here on Apple, guys. That could definitely help push the markets even higher. Nvidia's definitely not helping. Tesla doesn't look all that terrible, but Tesla needs to get back above that 200 SMA, guys. So if Tesla stays below the 200 SMA, I would be more towards the short side on Tesla. I would be leaning more towards the short side here on Tesla if we see the 200 SMA right around 814. Continue to hold this stock down as resistance. I would think about shorting this if we ever crack this slight uptrend here on Tesla. So here's IMPP, guys. IMPP, IMPP. If you guys are taking this for the break of the downtrend, as well as 3, your stops are at 272. Your stops would be underneath this low. Your stop right now is under 275 on IMPP. You guys are taking this for the break of the downtrend, as well as a break of 3 back up to high a day. Your stops would have to be underneath that low. I'm not taking the trade, though. Again, full disclosure. I want to make sure I'm very up front. I'm not taking the trade on IMPP. I still don't trust penny stocks right now. I know it moved. I know it went from 275, 345. I know it's currently up, 144% on the day. I don't trust it right now, right here, right? But again, you have a technical break of the downtrend. And if we can see that technical break of the downtrend, we have it with a technical break back above 3. That's when you could see that next big pop of volume move in. And your target would be 345. And if you get that technical break of 3 after we just had the break of the downtrend, your stops would have to be under 275. I really wish INDO was shortable. All Fidelity. Maybe I don't want to call you Fidelity. Yeah, this is one of those stocks that, again, could just start absolutely ripping to the upside. I would expect to see a lot of volume really start to move in over 750, team. 750 and then 760, that VWAP, that's where I would expect to see volume really start to move on in on KSCP. Back up to 875, guys. Actually, I'd say 850. 850 there. So your next stock, as everything else is kind of slowing down, everything's starting to fade off just a little bit. You could see what we call a mob shift, right? Where you have traders here on INDO. They move on over to IMPP. IMPP starting to fade and fall. Now these traders may move on over to KSCP. That's what you call a mob shift. The majority of buyers going from one stock to the next stock to the next stock. So we could start to see that shift in volume and attention from one of these other 2 penny stocks over to KSCP. And I believe if we see this break 750 to 760, that's when you can get a quick little dollar spike to the upside there on KSCP. So you got the SPY back above 430. So the SPY right now getting a little bit of that curl to it back above 430. So now your guys' plan is think long over $430 on the SPY. I'd be thinking long over that 430, right? I was short under 430, but we found great support at 428. We're back above 430 now on the SPY. So right now, as long as we're over that 430 level, showing strength, you would only want to think long right now, back up to 433 here on the SPY, guys. I'm watching IMPP here still, guys. Above this 268, you got the VWAP bounce. Potential little break of the downtrend here, and 3. That's when we could see some volume start to move on in, guys. So high alert IMPP right now. I would say this is more of a high alert trade for the break of this new downtrend. Also back above $3. That's when we see that volume really start to move back into him. Okay, so right now IMPP should be everybody's #1 watch at this point in time. We want to see it break this downtrend, get back above 3, and that's when we could see this take on off back to high a day, 345. Over 345 and 350, your next target would be $4. So here's where it may start going, guys. Here's where it may start going. IMPP over that 283. You got a big wall of selling at 283, guys. We can see buyers break 283 here. You got about 50,000 shares looking to be sold. So if we can push over 283, that's a big wall of selling looking at this level 2. That's when you could see this really take on off towards around 3. And then we got to break 3. So let's see if IMPP can get it right here, team. See if IMPP still has that attention. Let's see if it still has that focus from buyers. Let's see if buyers are still here. Let's see if they want to get it back up to that 345 high a day. Right now, you don't want to see it dropping below that VWAP, guys. Really don't want to see this dropping below that VWAP here on IMPP. Over 283. There we go. There's 283 break. Buyers now need to stay above 280 on IMPP. I want to see these buyers above 280 and continuing to work themselves up. 285, 286. Exactly what we want to see. Want to continue to see the buyers step on up, offering more. I see 286, 287, 288, 289, just like that. You want to see these buyers continue to step on up. Right? You don't want to see buyers back below $2.80 right now. You want to continue to see them step up and offer more. 289, right? 290, 295, 3, so on and so forth. Right? We could see that there was a lot of issues around that 280 to 283. Right? When we broke above that 280, 283, that is your new level that you want to see buyers stay above. We've regained that level from buyers. So right now, you do not want to see IMPP back below your 280 mark. Want to see buyers now stepping up over 3. You got 296 from buyers, 297, 298, 301. Okay? What was your last issue that we had a hard time getting above? It was around 295. Right? You saw it fighting 294 to 295 there for a moment. So now you really don't want to see buyers back below 295. You want to see them step up over 3. Right now you have a strong wall of resistance at 3. And we break down that wall. right? You see, we're fighting for $3 on IMPP. We're fighting to get above 3. So if we can fight and we can break that wall down, right? That would be your new level of support. Buyers have controlled that level. Right now, they have not. The last issue was 294 to 295. Right? And you can see here that it's trying to hold that 294, 295. Now you got 3. There's 301, 302. And we see buyers hold this level. Is there strength above 3 from buyers? We got 303 from the buyers, 304, 305. So it's safe to say that buyers have now stepped up and regained $3. So now you don't want to see these buyers really losing $3 here, do you? Right? We fought for $3 there for a moment. Buyers won the battle, right? Buyers won the battle against sellers at 3. So now you want to see buyers continue to hold down that $3 level. They've won the battle. They need to hold it down. Want to see buyers staying above $3 now. Now we can see here that sellers are starting to step back in, back below 290. Again, it moved up about 20 cents there. Right? That was a pretty easy grind. And that's all I do, guys. So what you just heard over the last 5 minutes, right? That's what goes through my mind when I'm looking at a trade. When I'm in a trade, I am looking at the level too. I already know what the stock looks like. I already know what the chart looks like, right? I know the downtrend break. I know that we need to break $3. I know where support's at. I know my levels. I don't need to stare at the chart. I need to stare at the level 2. The level 2 is going to tell me who's in control. Are the buyers winning or the sellers winning, right? That may dictate me getting out of a trade. Right? If I see that there's very strong selling, maybe I don't want to hold it. Maybe I want to get out and lock in my profits. If I can still see strong buying, maybe I want to hold a little bit longer. So all I'm doing 80 to 90% of the time that when I'm in a trade, I'm watching that level too. I'm looking to see who's winning the battle. Are the buyers winning or the sellers winning? Right? If you're long and you see the sellers winning that battle, you maybe want to have that finger on the trigger just to get out in case something happens. Any stocks move quick. They move fast. It can move up 20 cents in 5 minutes and then dump 50 cents. In 5 minutes. So right now, if we hold a higher low, IMPP still looks good. Right now, your stops are below that prior low. If you guys are in this for a break of that downtrend, you guys are thinking about taking the trade here for the break back above 3. You have to have a stop loss at 265. Your stop loss is 20 cents. 20 to 25 cents at most. What's your reward? 50 cents plus. It's at least a 2-to-1 setup. But again, you have to build those plans. Where's your stop? It has to be under the VWAP, under the prior low. You'd be running a 265 stop loss here. About 20 cents away. Anybody catch the SPY there? Right? Remember, above 430, I would be playing it long. Over 430, I'd be playing it long. What happened? We break 430, we pull back and retest 430 resistance as 430 support. What happens? We just rallied $2 above 430. Old resistance becomes new support. And if you like being a patient trader, waiting for validation, you just had validation. You broke 430. The stock came down, retested old resistance as new support. It validated, hey, this is our new level, and it rallied. That was validation. That's what you can wait for on these trades. If you miss the initial break over a level of resistance, all right, right here, if you miss that initial break, it's okay. Wait for the stock to pull back and retest, and then make your entry for that next leg up. Good job. Good job, Corey. Took it long for a nice gain. That's what I'm talking about. Break even's good on Fridays. Fridays are tricky, but here's the thing. I love break evens. I mean, hell, I want to make money on Friday. But if I'm break even or just slightly green, I take that as a win. Corey and everybody else inside the chat, you've been consistently hitting those winners. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You guys are on a nice little green streak right now here inside the chat. Definitely don't end that green streak on a Friday when we know Fridays are tricky. So what are we going to do right now? Really scale it back. Really reconsider trades. If it's not an A+ setup, don't take the trade. If it's just a screaming, an A+ setup, and it's screaming, trade me, all right, take your trade, manage your risk properly, and do not give back all your profits that you worked hard for this week. Hold on to it. So I'm glad I took profits down there at low a day on TTD. Seeing the SPY bounce, you're seeing TTD bounce. So that was a good exit there. Apple made its move on up. You see how every time we come down at that 430, Corey, and everybody else in chat, how that 430 is stopped. It's stopping. Just boom, right there, stop. We haven't gotten a close below. That's 5 days in a row. If we close out like this today or a slightly green day, I think we see a short-term bounce back to 442. I think we see a nice little short-term bounce next week back to 442, and this may be a short-term bottom. This may be a little bit of a short-term bottom as we see the SPY back up towards around 442 and maybe even 450 by next week. Nice, AJ. I caught IMPP for a small profit. The commentary was helpful. Sold just over $3. Good job. Green's green, buddy. Green is green, right? Hey, 10 cents, 20 cents. It's the principle, right? What's the principle? That, hey, I just made 15 to 20 cents. It was great. What if I did that with 10 times more size? I'm not saying you're to jump right into doing it with 10 times more size, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying is when you get to the point of scaling up into more size. What happens when you go from 100 shares to 1,000 shares, right? Over time. What happens when you go from 1,000 shares to 5,000 share positions? All right, what happens when you go from 5,000 shares to 10,000 shares? That's when you start hitting $1,000, $2,000 days. Same trades, same principle, same plans, same executions, same stops, same approach. The only thing that's changing is your size, your risk tolerance. But you have to work into larger size to slowly be accustomed to taking on more risk, right? Having that a higher risk tolerance. So again, it's the principle. You're learning. I took this trade. It worked out. I took profit. I wasn't greedy. I was disciplined. I was patient and I waited. I had a proper plan in place. I'm watching the level 2. I'm getting out when I think I need to get out. Awesome. Winning trade. Write it in the books. Keep track of these trades. And when you start scaling in the size and you think longevity, like, hey, what happens when I get to those 1,000 share trades? What happens when I start getting to those 5,000 share trades? What does that look like from a P&L standpoint? $10 to $100, $100 to $500. Wow. The only thing that changes is my size and my tolerance for risk. Other than that, the trades are the same. Wow. I've been doing this consistently. Man, it's only a matter of time before I start taking bigger size and I start seeing those bigger profits. That's it. So good job and good work there on IMPP, AJ. Have a blessed weekend, Skylar. Done trading. Log in those trades. Let's go check out Profits Chat real quick. You guys want to do that? You guys want to check out some Profits Chat? Let's see what we got going on here. Skylar, little $50 loss, but over here we got 192 on AMD. We got 300 bucks on Roblox. We got Skylar doing well. You know, hey, two nice big winners, right? Look at that, 300 bucks, 192. Small loss, risk management. Good job on managing that risk. You know, 2 for 3, but just absolutely crushing it today, Skylar. Good job, over 400 bucks. You got Tim at 65. Oh, these are yesterday. Well, Tim, 65 yesterday. Corey, 401 on those puts. Chris saying his first time ever shorting a stock. Green is green. I freaking love it. That's absolutely amazing. Good job. Green is green. All right. We got Skylar over here yesterday locking in some good profits. Hey, guys, you guys are just doing phenomenal. Right? You guys are doing wonderful. So keep up the good work. I mean, I love seeing all this green. I love seeing all this green in Profits Chat. So good job, team. Frank, what's up, dude? Happy Friday. We're just chilling right now. We're just chilling like a cucumber, chilling like a villain. We're just kind of watching some pennies right now. You know, KSPC, nothing really happening there. IMPP starting to slow on down. INDO, I really wanted that short there off 750. There was a couple reasons on the short. You know, there was definitely a lot that stood out there on that short on INDO. But again, it said call fidelity. Definitely happy I took those quick profits there on TTD. Guys, looking at anything else right now? You guys have anything else that's standing out to you at this point in time as far as an upcoming trade? I'm more than happy to look at anything. It's 10:30 right now in the market. 10:30. If there's any member that wants to come on the mic with me today, I'd be more than happy to bring you on over on the mic. Have a little bit of a powwow session. We can talk about the markets, how you performed this week, review some of your trades. Again, kind of like what we did last Friday. Maybe like a little 30-minute powwow. I don't know. TKLF. It's stopping right at yesterday's open, but we can see here that it's trying to build some strength. So if you're looking at TKLF, it does have room to 379 next. Obviously, high a day 355, but your next level would be 379. And you can see it's getting very tight. It's consolidating, it's squeezing, it's getting very, very tight. We do have a nice big pop in volume today. So overall, what I would do is if you're long on TKLF, your stops are below this trend line. If you're long right now, TKLF, if this stock cracks the uptrend, it'll probably start fading and falling very, very quick. Very, very quick. Okay, so TKLF, if you're long on this, looking for this next leg up to 355 and 379, your stop loss needs to be under the trend line. So if you crack this trend line here, you need to go ahead and get out because that's when you'll start to see sellers take over and stop losses being triggered, which would overall pull this stock down. Hey, Josh, your valued opinion appreciated, sir. If I was to open an account and start of next month, Lightspeed or Fidelity? Fidelity. A newer trader, right? I got a couple questions, man. There's a lot of questions, Owen. I got a lot of questions. Are you mainly shorting stocks? Do you really want to short or do you want to go long? Are you more of a long trader? Are you a short trader? I know we kind of flip between the two, but where do you find your consistency at, Owen? Do you find your consistency with shorting stocks You find your consistency with going long on stocks? Are you going to be trading options? Are you going to be trading physical shares? Shorting. All right, Lightspeed. Lightspeed. If you want to be a shorter, you want to short these stocks. Lightspeed. No options? Lightspeed. You're not going to be able to short half of these stocks with Fidelity, right? With Lightspeed, you will. You may have to locate them and pay a small fee, but yeah, you might be able to. So if you sign up with Lightspeed, it says who recommended you, and it'll ask for a coupon code or like a referral code. Our referral code is Alpha in all capitals, ALPHA. Select Rob. There's only one Rob on the list. Rob Livingston. Yeah, Rob Livingston. Yep. Just check Rob as your go-to. Yeah, I talked to Rob. Check him as your go-to, and put Alpha in all caps. And there's some cool little perks. You get a little bit of a discounted rate, I think. And you could fund your account with less than 25K. Now, you have to have a margin account to short, right? But you can actually do a cash account with Lightspeed under 25K. But the thing is, if you're going to be shorting, it needs to be margin. It needs to be margin over 25 with Lightspeed to short. But still, go ahead and select Rob and put an Alpha. And maybe there's something there. Frank, Josh, how do you think of Roblox as far as a long-term investment? I like it. I like Roblox long-term, right? I think there's a lot of potential here. I think it's a great metaverse play. It could be considered a riskier investment compared to like an Apple or an Amazon or Costco. It could be considered a bit riskier, but I like it. I like Roblox long-term. So I do three things with my accounts. Okay, I have a Roth IRA. It's the safest of the safest investments. Super safe, low risk. I mean, slow movers, but safe, right? You're talking like the SPY ETF, the Qs. You got some Apple up in there, Costco. Safe investments, Amazon, right? Stuff like that. I have a moderately risky account, right? So the ones that I think have great long-term potential, but they may be considered volatile stocks, more volatile. They can seem to be a little bit more risky versus, something like the SPY, correct? So it's moderate risk. I have a long-term account for my moderate risk. And then I have an account for my highly speculative, high-risk long-term investments. Those are going to be those ones that could be like the pot stocks, right? The EV-related stocks, metaverse-related stocks, online gambling, right? Highly speculative, more risky, but with risk comes reward. So on that account, I have stocks like DraftKings, Penn National Gaming, Unity, right? That's one of my metaverse plays. Unity, right? Very speculative there. Roblox, very speculative on Roblox as well, but I think they have great potential to be a good metaverse play. So I like Roblox long term. But again, I allocate those types of investments in what I call a riskier retirement account. I'm not as aggressive in that account, right? But I still add, and I still add to those positions, and I still, open new positions on stocks that I think could be of extreme value 20 years from now. I think of that like in the late 90s, early 2000s, people that were buying, Apple and a lot of these internet-related companies, risky. Everybody advised against it. Oh, don't buy Apple. It's way too risky. Very speculative. High risk, but comes high reward. If you would have just invested $1,000 into Apple back in the early 2000s, you know what that would be right now through all the stock splits and just compounding and compounding? You know what that would be worth right now? Insane. Over $1 million, well over $1 million on just $1,000 investment a little over 20 years ago. So I look at Penn National Gaming, DraftKings, Roblox, some of these EV-related stocks. I have some SoFi, Unity Software, Upstart. Speculative, high risk, comes high reward. Some of these, 80% of these may wash out and do nothing for me. But the other 20% that actually work could be those home run long-term investments. So yes, I like Roblox. Just curious if I would short IMPP. Not right now. Not right now. Now, the only short that I saw was INDO right off these highs. We had a crack of the uptrend. We had bearish divergence with a triple top. That was a nice dollar short to the downside on INDO. As you guys heard me saying, man, I wish I could short it. I wish I could short it. INPP right now, I think you'd be chasing a short, right? Kind of like this move here to the upside. I feel like you're chasing this to the long side, right? You're chasing it to the long side. It's already made a big move up, right? This has already made a pretty big move down. It's already fallen 60 cents to the downside. I feel like you'd be chasing this short. I'd be waiting for it to bounce back up first, a little bit of a bounce, right? Maybe back up to 270. And if you see 270 holding this stock down as a resistance, that's where I would consider entering short positions on IMPP. I wouldn't chase the short here at 250. I'd wait for it to bounce back up a little bit and then look for shorts off resistance. Jason, dude, yeah, absolutely, man. For those one-on-ones, guys, you just scroll on up to the top of the page. Underneath scanners and more, go to one-on-one sessions, and go ahead and book your one-on-one session, guys, right? You can go ahead and come in here and book that one-on-one session. Again, I offer that to you guys for a reason, to review your trades with you, to answer your questions, right, one-to-one. Again, I love that you realize what you need to be doing different, right? I love it that, hey, you just need to put your head into the learning aspect, right? Right? Take a step back so you can take your next step forward. I know it sucks. No one wants to take a step back when you feel like you've done so well moving forward, but I even take step backs in business. I take a step back in aspects of my life, you know, when it comes to entrepreneurship and other endeavors I want to get involved with. I take a step back sometimes with trading, right? You've seen me take some of those step backs before I can take my next step forward. That's what you have to do. Take that step back. Let's assess the situation. Let's see what we can do different so you can take your next step forward more efficiently to see those results that you want to see. So absolutely, go up to that top of the page, scanners and more, book your one-on-one session. And again, it could be something so simple that you're just simply overlooking, like, wow, that's all I need to do different? Yeah, wow. That was good taking that step back for a moment to realize, hey, here's a few improvements. It could be simple, they could be hard, but we will identify where those improvements need to be made. And if we can conquer those things and make those changes, you can move forward efficiently and you can start seeing success. I like that you're taking the step back because we do not want to dig a deeper hole, okay? It's tough, it's hard to overcome. But in time, there's nothing that can stop you. As long as you don't quit, you can't fail. Okay? You're never going to fail as long as you don't quit. If you don't mind me asking while we're talking, Jason, this could be a good learning experience for a lot of people. Because at 11 o'clock, we're doing a giveaway. We're doing some giveaways at 11 o'clock. All right? So, what happened today? Jason, what happened today? It seems like something may have happened today. Okay? What was the stock? What was your entry? Was it long, short? Break this down. Not only is this going to be a great learning lesson, a good learning experience for you, but for other members inside of chat. So again, feel free to share that. We're not here to judge. We're here to help. So if you can share all of the details about maybe what happened today, let's review it. And let's find that aha, like aha, the aha moment. Like, wow, I didn't realize that. I can make a small change and see better results. And then what you need to do is make that small change on a paper account. And I've stressed this so much, guys, that in the beginning as a new trader, I know we want to trade real accounts, right? But we can't trade real accounts until we know how to control our emotions. Our emotions play a huge factor in trading. Right? Until we can actually master the art of controlling those emotions and having a strategy that works, we should not be trading with real money. I know it's boring, but you're going to learn. You're going to be able to make mistakes and lose fake money, not real money. But at least you don't have that emotional attachment to your paper account. You come back the next day, you try again. Come back the next day, you try again. You don't come back the next day like, man, I lost 10 grand. You don't care. It was a paper account. But you're still learning. And then when you start finding that consistency and that routine with your trading, right? Now you're ready to apply that with a small account, $500, $1,000, right? Because you're going to have an emotional attachment, but your losses aren't going to be thousands. Your losses will be pennies on the dollar, 10 bucks here, 20 bucks there. It's much more manageable. It's easier to control your emotions, right? It's easier to control those emotions with smaller amounts of money, and that's how you're going to build that up. It's a process, little by little by little. So long IMPP got in at 290. All right, so let's go ahead and break this down. What time, Jason? What time did you get long an IMPP? In reading charts and mastering, chart reading, that does come in time. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying it's just simple. It becomes a lot more simple. The more you look at a chart, the more you're going to notice things. You're going to see these trends. You're going to see things develop and unfold like they did yesterday, last week, the week before, right? 10:04. Let's go ahead and mark that up with a timestamp. Right here, let's go 10:04, 10:04. And your cost basis was 290. So at least we've pinpointed the entry. So what we're going to do is we're going to circle that. It's right there. So let's go ahead and delete those drawings. And remove that drawing. Let's go ahead and remove that drawing. So the entry was right there. Try and make that a little bit more bold. Make that like white. So we can all see that. We're going to go back to that point in time. Okay? We're going to act as if this is the time that we're on right now. We know when we come to this white dot, we know that when we get to that white dot, that was your entry. We're going to come back in time a few moments ahead of time. Okay? So, you see the stock run on up, pull back, quick little ascending triangle breakout, and this was where we broke out over that ascending triangle, right? So what am I going to do? I'm going to mark that breakout level right there. I can see the stock ran up into resistance, pulled back, ran up into resistance, pulled back, held that 9 EMA, got a nice quick ascending triangle breakout and ripped on up. So that was resistance, 266, correct? 266 was resistance. Old resistance turns into new support. So right now, we see the stock run up to 345. Stock pulls back, bounces, right? It's in a downtrend now. We can see that it's in a downtrend. We ran on up, now we're pulling back, right? We know that we could pull back into prior resistance, new support. What's something else that we can do right now, right? Let's connect a downtrend here. Let's do a little bit of a downtrend. Okay, let's run this out to the right. Extend this to the right. So right now, what are we doing? We're building a plan, right? We're getting prepared. Part of our preparation, what I say the 3 A's, right? The 3 A's is how you get prepared to take a trade, correct? So what's the first A? It's analyze. So what did we just do? We analyzed the chart. We saw that the stock had a really quick ascending triangle breakout formation and had a nice move up to 345, okay? We see now it's in a downtrend, it's pulling back. So we know that it has room to pull back towards around that 266 level. We know we have this downtrend. We know that as the stock is below the downtrend, it's considered bearish. If a stock is considered bearish, we don't want to be a bull. We don't want to go long, right? We want to wait for the stock to get to the bullish side of the downtrend, right? For a potential long. So we know what we need to see before we even consider getting long on the trade. But we also know that support It's back down at 266. So we just analyze the chart. Step 1, analyze. Step 2, assess. Let's assess everything. So let's assess that we get in for a break of the downtrend back above $3 as well. So we can assess that our entry would be $3, correct? Give or take, $3. What would our ideal target be? Back up towards high a day would be the ideal target. What is that? 345. So what's your profit potential? 45 cents. Let's go ahead and take that back to a round number and say, I'm looking to make 40 cents on this trade. If I get in at $3, that would be on the bullish side of the downtrend. We'd be getting back above $3 resistance as well, right? So that would be my ideal entry. Up to 340. Looking to make 40 cents. So you know how much you're looking to make. 40 cents, right? Let's write this down, right? You can write this down. All right, so cool. I'm looking to make 40 cents. What does Josh always tell me? I have to have a minimum of a 2-to-1 risk reward. That means if I'm looking to make 40 cents, that means I can't risk any more than 20 cents, right? So that's my profit target, and this is my stop loss. 40 cents is what I'm looking to make. 20 cents is the most I can lose. You have your numbers. You know your entry, $3. You know your exit, where you're going to take profit, right? 40 cents higher, $3.40, maybe $3.45. You know you're looking to make around 40 cents. Your stop loss, 20 cents. Where's your stop loss? Okay, that's going to be $2.80. So before you take that trade, there's a couple other things you have to do. You have to ask yourself, is this a good trade? Is this a good setup, right? Something else you have to ask yourself is my stop loss too close? Is my stop loss too tight? If I take this trade at 3 and I put a stop loss in at 20 cents, is it too close? Am I just going to get stopped out? If the answer is yes, it's not the best trade. The answer is no. That's a good stop loss to have, right? 20 cents is great. I can see that. That's a really nice area to put the stop loss. It makes sense. And it makes sense that I can make that 40 cents per share. If you're like, yeah, okay, cool. So 40 cents is realistic. I can see that on the chart. 20-cent stop loss is realistic. I don't feel like I'm going to get prematurely stopped out of this trade. I'm giving it enough breathing room, right? So now what's the last thing you have to do? So that's why we're breaking this down, saying that you don't do this and not sure how, but now we're explaining and educating on how to do it, right? So that's what we're doing right now. This is a part of building trade plans, right? We have a wonderful lesson in the video lessons library titled The 3 A's, how to manage your risk, how to build plans, right? If you don't do this step, if you do not do this step, you can't take trades. You can't. It would be like you getting in your car, putting on a blindfold, and try and make it to the grocery store. You may get out of your parking lot, out of your driveway, but you're probably going to wreck, right? And crash that car. You got a blindfold on. You can't see anything. Without a trade plan, you're trading blind. You're trading with that blindfold on, right? So how do we take the blindfold off? We have to know everything. We have to know around what price we would want to get entered, right? That's easy. Okay, I want to buy at the break at $3. What's my entry? It's $3. Okay, what's my target? Well, we have to look at the chart. And based on this IMPP example, we know that we would want to take it back to that previous high right there. That previous high is 345. But then I don't want to be greedy and only sell at 345. So let me sell at 340. Right? Just in case it doesn't quite get to 345, maybe it goes 341, 342. I'm planning on hitting that sell button when I see $3.40. So now we know what our target's going to be, right? 40 cents. I'm taking that blindfold off little by little, right? I'm taking that blindfold off. I can see I got one eye out, right? But I'm still blind on this side. Why am I blind on this side? Because I need to know what my stop loss is. What's my stop loss? Minimum 20 cents. Why is it a minimum of 20 cents? Right? Because again, if you're looking to make 40 cents, what's half of 40 cents? It's 20 cents. That's a 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. And that's minimum for a new trader, minimum. So if you say, okay, I can make 40 cents and I can lose 20 cents, and I think that's a good trade and it's a good plan, okay? What's your next step? Determine your share size, right? You're still taking this blindfold off. You got one eye out. You're starting to take the blindfold off the other eye. You got your profit target. You got your cost basis. Got your stop loss, okay? But do I buy 10,000 shares? Do I buy 1,000 shares, right? How many shares do I buy? How many shares do you buy? Do you know how to calculate your position sizing? Right? Very simple process to calculate your position sizing. Do you know how? If you say no, it's okay. Again, we're not here to judge. We're here to break this down very thoroughly so it all starts to click and make sense. Do you know how to calculate your position sizing? What's the first step? Right? So in order to assess your position sizing, right? Like how many shares do I take? I love it. At least we're picking up here. We're learning something. This is good. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Okay? So, the first thing to assess your size is you have to know your account value. Right? We know what our account value is. Let's say it's $10,000. That's our account value. Okay? So, what's the golden rule of risk for trading stocks? What's the golden rule? It's 3%. The golden rule of 3%. That means you cannot risk any more than 3% on any trade. So on a $10,000 account, that means your loss cannot exceed $300. That's 3%. That's the golden rule. But here's something else that you can do. What can you do? You can say, I will only risk 3% of my account, the max, right? I will only risk the max of 3% on what we call an A+ setup. That's a setup that has 80% reward with 20% risk. That's a setup that's slapping you in the face saying, trade me right now, Josh. I am beautiful. You want me. That's an A+ setup. All right? The one that just stands out to you and screams, trade me. Right? You can max out your risk at 3%. Okay? If you're like, I like the trade, I like it, but there's a couple things I don't like about it, but I still like it. I'm still confident. I would say that's a B+ setup. Maybe it's a 70-30, 70% reward, 30% risk. It's not 80-20. It's not an A+ setup. Maybe it's a B+ setup. Maybe it's 70-30. So in that case, you can go to 2% risk. You don't have to always do 3% risk. You can step it down and risk 2% of your account on that trade. Let's say you look at the stock and you're like, man, I like the setup, but market conditions suck right now. I don't want to risk 3% because it's not an A+ setup. I don't want to risk 2% because it's not a B+ setup. It's a decent setup. It's good, but these market conditions are really hurting stocks right now. So I want to take the trade. I don't want to risk 3. I don't want to risk 2. Let me risk 1% of my account. So you have to just assess. You have to ask yourself, hey, how confident am I? Do I want to go full risk? Or do I want to cut my risk back from 3% to 2% to 1%? But let's say based on this example, it's an A+ setup, okay? You're 80% confident. You think it's an 80-20 setup, right? You're loving it. It slapped you in the face and you're like, man, I got to take it. It's screaming trade me, okay? So you're going to take 3% risk. You're going to max your risk out, 3%. So what's 3% of $10,000? 3% of $10,000 is $300. So guess what? You know how much money you're going to lose on this trade. You know that if you take this trade right now, and you get stopped out, you're losing 300 bucks. That's 3% of your account. So now you have to say, how many shares can I buy? Right? If you bought 1,000 shares and you're losing 20 cents a share, that's $200. Okay. So you can actually buy a little bit more. 1,500 shares, right? 1,500 shares times 20 cents of loss, that's $300. $300 is the most you can lose. That's 3% of your account on one trade. So you already know you can't exceed 300 bucks, and you know that 1,500 shares at a 20-cent stop loss is $300. So guess what you just did? You figured out how many shares you can trade. You can trade 1,500 shares. So if you buy 1,500 shares at $3, you take a 20-cent stop loss, that's $300, right? You already figured out that's the most you can lose, right? The most you can lose. So now you have to accept the loss. Say, okay, Jason, do I really want to lose 300 bucks on this trade to see if I'm right? That's the mindset you have to have. Am I willing to lose $300 on this trade to see if I am correct? To see if my thesis is spot on, to see if I hit target. I know I can make 600 bucks. I know that if I hit my target, I'm making 6. But am I willing to risk 3 to make the 6? Can I accept that $300 loss? Let's assume you can accept it. Yes, I'm risking 300 bucks. I've accepted it. Let's go. Okay? You've built a plan. You started with analyzing the chart, Jason. You just analyzed everything, right? You've assessed your entry, $3. You've assessed your profit target, 340. You've assessed your stop loss, 280. You now know how many shares you can buy on this trade, 1,500. So now all you have to do is accept the loss. And let's say you've accepted it. What's next? To click buy. That's the only thing left to do, is to click that button at $3 when you want. And that's the only step, is to click buy. And the next step after that is to take profit when you said you're going to take profit, not being greedy, right? And then cutting your loss when you say you're going to cut the loss, and not letting it go past your stop loss, right? Honor your plan. You just took all that time to build a trade plan. Honor the damn thing. Stick to it. Because the first time you don't stick to it is when you start losing big time money. So you've built your plan, the 3 A's, you know your size, you know your risk, you've accepted it, you're ready to go. All you have to do is react and click buy when the chart tells you to click buy. That's the only piece of the puzzle left. So let's go ahead and take this step by step by step. Okay? But let me readjust a little bit. Actually, I'm not going to readjust. We're going to take it one step at a time. All right? So cool. So I see your entry, 290. You're in. There's 3. Never broke 3. There's 280. So based on your trade, let's readjust based on your trade. So all we're going to do is say the entry's not at 3, the entry's at 290, because that was your entry, Jason, right? Your entry was at 290. So all we're going to do is we're going to readjust this plan by 10 cents. Remember, the plan was a $3 buy with a 280 stop. Now our plan is going to be a 290 buy with a 270 stop. Instead of a 340 target, it's a 330 target, right? All we're doing is just readjusting what we just did based on your entry, okay? So again, you say, I'm going to buy at 290. Bought at 290. Stop loss is 270. And you got stopped out. You simply got stopped out, right? What happened next? It didn't do anything. What happened? It's moving even lower, moving even lower, moving even lower, moving even lower. So now that we know how to build plans, right? We know how to build plans and how to honor those plans. Let's talk about why you took the trade in the first place, right? Why did we take this trade? So we have a downtrend. We have a downtrend here. And I see you made your entry at 10:04. You made your entry right at the downtrend. So number one, next time, if that's why you took the trade, was a downtrend break, you did not break the downtrend here, okay? Didn't actually break the downtrend. It came down. 2 minutes later, it did break the downtrend, right? It did break the downtrend here 2 minutes later, right? So let's say you got in here at 290, right? Okay, you were in. It came up, didn't break 3. It came down and stopped you out. Hey, listen, it was one of those trades that went bad. It's one of those trades that didn't work out. There was a couple reasons here as well. You had a double bottom with a break of the downtrend. It just didn't break out. So I couldn't say that if you took that trade right there at the break of the downtrend, I couldn't say it was a bad trade. Because in reality, looking back in hindsight, you had a downtrend, a downtrend, a downtrend, right? You're on the bearish side of the downtrend, but you put in this quick double bottom here on the chart, right? Quick little double bottom off support, and then you broke the downtrend. You broke it. So you got a confirmation to enter. And this trade was just one of those stops, right? It was. But if your loss was much more than you intended, right, then you need to go back to assessing the right size, what we just did in the trade plan, right? If your stop loss was too tight, maybe you need to open up your stop loss. You open up your stop loss a little bit, right? Maybe it's a bigger stop amount. Maybe you need to shrink your share size a little bit to be able to take that risk, right? The only thing that I could say based on IMPP is we were looking at that for a downtrend break. I said downtrend break as well as $3. So that's the only thing that I could point out was we were looking at this trade for a downtrend break above 280. I remember saying it above 275, I think was what I said, above 275 with a break of the downtrend and $3. Okay. I never took that trade. Why? It never broke $3. It never broke $3. So if you got into that trade based on, hey, this is a good trade above 275, break of the downtrend, and $3. The one thing that I could see that went wrong was you prematurely entered the trade. If that's why you took the trade was based on it looks good over 275 for the break of the downtrend and for the break of 3. I see where your entry was. And that was a premature entry, right? It was a little bit early, right? And you never had confirmation to take the trade anyway. It never broke $3. It never broke $3 after the downtrend. But even if you got in on the break of the downtrend, okay, you got in early, it didn't break 3 and it got stopped out. Hey, it's a stop out. It happens. We lose money. But as long as your loss wasn't crazy, as long as your loss didn't exceed 3% of your account, it's manageable. It's realistic. So I hope this helped you maybe pick up a few things. I know we talked about a lot just there over 30 minutes, really how to build plans, looking at the trade, trying to assess maybe what you can do different next time. And if I'm reading this chart correctly and I'm reading your trade correctly, I would say that it was just a little too early on the trade. It was about 3 minutes too early on the trade. That's it. If your loss was manageable, right, it wasn't exceeding 3% of your account, then that's a different topic. But if your stop loss was more than 3%, if you didn't even have a plan in the first place, if you didn't even have a stop loss, right, if you didn't go through that process, that's something else that we need to work on. Not just waiting a little bit longer for the best entries, right, the patience aspect, but also building those plans to take that blindfold off to see clearly what your outcome is going to be. Awesome. But yeah, book your one-on-one. Please book a one-on-one. That's what I'm here for, okay? There's not a lot of others out there that do these one-on-one sessions, right? There's not. They want to charge you $500. Listen, I want to help you succeed. So book a one-on-one, right? I would say at least one-on-one a month is good, right? Because we have a session for about an hour, and you can apply everything we talk about for the next month, and then we come back to the table and review it, right? And then see how your performance was, and we make a little adjustments here and there, and then you apply it again, right? Make a little adjustments and then apply it. And then before you know it, Jason, 6 months from now, you're going to be in a completely different level of trading, completely different level of trading than where you are now. And you have a great knowledge of trading. You have a great knowledge of trading right now. It's just, let's continue to build upon that knowledge little by little, more and more. Slow and steady wins the race. And in 6 months, you could be that consistently profitable trader, right? I always use this to close up topics, right? To kind of wrap up these types of topics. I always like to end it with this. And it sounds a little corny, but I'm a corny guy, as you guys know. All right, I'm a corny guy. Close your eyes. It sounds weird, but close your eyes. Okay. See, I want you to close your eyes. Okay. And think about the life you want that trading could give you. So when I close my eyes and I think about the life that I wanted that trading can give me, I thought about a beautiful house. I thought about time with my daughter. Thought about time with my wife. I thought about not having to worry about finances, right? If I wanted to go out for a nice dinner, I could take them out for a nice dinner. If we wanted to take a little trip, family vacation, right? 12 o'clock, going down to the pool with my daughter and swimming. Like, I thought of all these things, and it put like the world's biggest smile on my face. I'm like, and it made my heart happy, right? Again, I'm not trying to be corny, but it made me feel really, really good. And I opened my eyes and I say, you know what? If I could have that life that I just pictured in 6 months, is it worth it? Fuck yes. If I could have that life that I just pictured in a year, is it worth it? Yeah. If I could have that life that I just pictured in my head, the one that put the big smile on my face and made my heart happy, and it took 3 years, is it worth it? And believe it or not, I said, yeah. I wasn't discouraged, because what I said is, I'm like 20. I'm going to be 30 before I know it. Like, I could sacrifice the next 3 years to have that life I just dreamed of versus never working for that life in the first place. And before I know it, I'll be 30 and not have that life I dreamed of. So yes, it is worth it. So what you're able to do with that is you're setting expectations for yourself, saying if it takes 3 years, it was worth it. If it takes 2 years, it was worth it. If it takes a year, it was worth it. You're not bounding your success based on time. You're not giving yourself a success limit. I have to be successful in 6 months. Because if you do that, you're hurting yourself more than you're helping. I have to make it happen in 6 months. I've done this. I'm speaking from experience. It's only going to hurt you more than it helps you. So if you can set your expectations out 2, 3, 4 years and not be discouraged, to still say, yes, it is worth the hard work. It's worth learning. It's worth sticking with. Because if I have that life in 3 years, it was so worth it. It was so worth it. Guess what? You're going to have those expectations out and you're going to be able to take it slow and steady. And when you take this slow and steady, right, and you're not rushing towards success, success is going to come to you. He said, fuck yes. Excuse my language. He said, F yes. All right. That was my emotional rant for the day. All right. 41, Jason. You can say it better than me. I'm almost 30, but the last 5 years of my life flew by. And I only guarantee that from 30 to 40 flies by even quicker, right? So imagine 40 to 50, how quick that's going to fly by. 3 years is nothing. 3 years is waking up tomorrow morning. Oh shit, I'm 50 now. Wow. That 9 years flew by. That's how fast it goes. That's how fast it goes. So set your expectations out a year, 2 years, 3 years. I'm not saying it's going to take 3 years. I'm saying, but if you can set those expectations out a year, 2 years, 3 years, it's going to allow you to do this at your own pace. You're not going to be stuck to that 6-month horizon, that 3-month horizon. You're not going to be stuck, and you're not going to stress yourself out, and you're not going to force success. You'll be able to take it one day at a time at your own pace. And we all find success at our own pace. Some find it in 3 months. Some find it in 3 years. 3 years. But we only fail when we give up. We can't fail if we keep trying. And that's your why factor, Jason. That's your why. Think about it. That's your why. That's why you're here in the first place. You don't want to work 65 hours a week. You want more sleep. You want more time with your family. Right? That's your why. That's your motivating fire inside of you. That's going to keep you fucking pushing every single day. That's that burning desire of why you're not going to quit and give up. You're going to keep practicing. You're going to keep working. And if that means taking a step back, canceling a membership, right? And just going back to the basics on books, joining our free live streams, taking that extra $100 a month in membership and adding it back to your account. If that's what it means to find success, do it. Do it. Because you know I'm still here to help you out. I'm still here on live streams with you. I'll still have a call with you, right? regardless of your status inside a chat. Like, I'm here to help you find success. So do what you have to do. But I know that's your why factor. That's why you're still here. That's why you're even considering to keep on pushing, because you want that time. So, sorry, I get a little hyped up sometimes with my rants. And I give you my word that I'm never going to stop helping you. I'm always here for you any time of the day, right? I don't care if you're like, dude, it's 10 o'clock. Like, I cannot jump on a one-on-one until 10 o'clock. Listen, I'll make an exception. Send me an email. You look at my calendar, you're like, these times and dates don't work. Like, I will find a time out of my day to work with you. Shit, I'll wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I won't be in the zone. It might be a really bad one-on-one, but I will make it happen, all right? I give you my word that I'm never going to quit fighting for your guys' success. Can I please get on the mic real quick? Yeah, Angel. Yeah, I would love to have you on the mic. Let me open up a Zoom real quick. And just so you know, I'm going to have to pause remember last time, Angel, I couldn't talk back and forth to you because the echo, it's going to be the same way. So I'm going to let you jump on the mic, and I'm going to let you run it. I'm going to let you just talk, okay? Because, again, if I have my mic open, it's going to be really bad inside of chat. So I would love to have you on the mic. Absolutely. Last Friday was amazing. So, guys, we're going to bring Angel on the mic real quick. Seems like he has something to share, and he's always got those value bombs to share as well, ladies and gentlemen. So give me 1 second. I'm going to drop this link inside the chat for Angel. If you do jump on Zoom, if you want to say something, just leave yourself muted until Angel's done. All right? And if you have something to say, let me know in chat. And then as soon as Angel's done, I will let you jump on the mic as well if you would like to share anything to the team. Again, we know to keep it clean, right? We know to keep it clean. This is a family-friendly, family-oriented place. I know I dropped a few F-bombs, but I was passionate when I was talking to you guys. Very passionate. So I hope you're okay with those F-bombs. All right? There's a link for you, man. We're going to bring you on over. And before you start speaking, let me make sure that I can actually get the audio out, and the audio is going to come inside a chat for the team, okay? Angel's in the house. What? What's up, buddy? I might have to make a few adjustments real quick. I don't know what speakers you're coming out of. Actually, I can change it. 1 second. Let me go here. Speakers. Let's do, is it Realtek? Realtek. Can you hear me? Can you say a few things? See if I can hear you. Okay, we cannot hear him. Give me 1 sec. Let's see what's going on here with the audio. Keep talking, and I'm going to keep switching these outputs. Not sure what's going on with this. Oh, it says your audio's connecting. Okay, that's why. Okay, because they keep saying your audio's connecting. That's why I can't hear you.
Is it on my side? You're connected to the computer. Can you hear me?
We gotcha. So the floor is yours.
Cool. Hey guys, happy Friday. I hope everyone has a good weekend. So real quick, yesterday I had posted, and I tell you why I posted it and that I was happy. Yesterday I put that I was down $88 for this month. And I'm absolutely happy with that. Why? Because I went to my last year's beatings, and what I allowed myself to take were these kind of beatings, thousands. And so I didn't join the chat till early September because I needed help with that, those kind of the stop losses. So imagine if all my losses were just that little bit, and I went through some of my earnings, and I had some good hitters and home runs. Look at AMC, just like AMC, 28,000, right? Hood, 6 grand. But look at those losses I allowed myself to take. So when I put that I was down $88 for the month and happy, that's less than 3%, right? So the hits will absolutely come. And I know this, right? With the experience, I know the base hits will come. What I needed help with and what I got help with in this chat with a lot of you guys here and with Josh, minimize your losses. Imagine if those losses were just $88 here, $100 there, 2,000, 200 there, as opposed to CEI. If you see CEI as one of my big losses, that's the one that I posted in the chat that I made 19,640, and I gave it all back and lost some. That's the kind of nonsense that I told myself I'm not going to allow myself to get into that again, right? I'm going to minimize those losses, and that's going to be everything, right? Because I know I'm not going to go green. That's not even the issue. That's not even the issue. It's making sure that I know, listen, pull back, right? I was messing with $100,000 account last year, right? So I was like, I got 100,000. Who cares? Let's go back like an animal, and that's not what I want, for my long term, right? This is long term for me. So and I've received nothing but help being in this chat, and I'm letting you guys know that you guys will succeed. But for me, what I needed to work for myself is minimize those losses, right? Be smart. It's hard to be patient, but boy, oh boy, that's why at the end of last year, I slowed down because I'm like, damn, I was up there pretty high, and I gave a lot back towards the end, and I didn't want to give any more back, and I got depressed. I got down. I was like hesitant, and I started learning. I started reading. I started looking at the charts, listening more, because this is going to be long term. So it may not be like Josh says in the first 6 months, the first year, and it may. What I know is that I'm not following these pump and dumpers who get you into these bigger problems. I know in here, I'm at the safest place possible that I know someone really cares about our financial success. So it's important that be patient. I know it's hard. I'm an impatient guy, So it's been hard for me, but it's been worth it, So what I did, I minimized the account I was rolling with. I paid myself half, right? So now I'm only dealing with a $50,000 account this year. So, and I don't want to say only, right? I mean, to me, I'm still happy. That's fantastic. But I'm going to be so much more careful. If I 3% of 50,000, what is it, 1,500? I'm down 88. I'm happy. I'm happy because I know I'm going to get those hits. And then once in a while, you hit those home runs. But long term, we're going to be good, team. We're going to be on fire. ADT is the place to be, baby.
That's the jingle. Is ADT is the place to be. You guys said I gotta put one of those corny jingles together, but he hits it home in so many different ways that at first, like, I just wanted to recap that because I wanted to see if I heard correctly. Is you came into the market, had a big account, new to trading, and you had some pretty big wins. Like we saw, AMC was a great win, $28,000. I think. Was that probably one of your first trades and your first big profits was on AMC Angel?
Yeah, AMC was when, because I broke it down, what month was that? And that's why, listen, this is why I always say it may not happen the first few months. I didn't start making money till like March or something, so I'm okay. I think a lot of those big hits came later on in the month, in the year, I should say. In June. AMC, I started making money on it in May. May 12th was my first buy. at $11, at $12, and sold sold it at almost 40. But like it's ridiculous, right? That normally one would even hold it that long, but I was just going in blindly, really, without knowing what I was doing, right? And so this is why I feel better now that I know so much more today than I knew last year when I was just going on by myself or just listening to nonsense. Um, but yeah, I remember CEI. Like I said, CEI was up. I made 26 grand on that stock, and then to lose it all plus some, that's not going to happen anymore. So, like I said, when I put that I was down $88 for the month, my goodness, I'm okay with that. I'm out. It's long term, baby, long term.
100% longevity, right? You want to make sure that these profits are sustainable, because I'm reading the P&L again and I see that AMC 28. So let's take AMC out of the equation and just look at, some of those losses and some of those gains. And I was doing some quick math in my head, is that would have been slightly red on those trades by taking AMC out. And we know that AMC was just one of those super crazy stocks. And I'm super proud of you for making almost $30,000 on that stock. And that was one of those gems, those once a year gems that we happen to find that just substantial. But let's think, what's sustainable, throughout the rest of the year, right? We want to make sure that we can lock in those big home runs, those AMC $28,000 home runs. When those opportunities are there, let's make that money. But we need to think when the market is not on fire like that, and what we've seen over the last couple of months, we have to make sure that our profits are consistent and that, long-term wise, that, this is sustainable for us, so we don't have those big swings up and those big swing downs. And it's really inspirational even for me, and I'm sure a lot of you guys inside the chat too, that, Angel was able to take that step back, realizing that, hey, there may be one time out of the year, 2 times, maybe 3 times where the market's on fire. I can get aggressive when the market allows me to be aggressive to make those big time home runs. But taking the step back to say, hey, I need to work on those base hits. $500 a day adds up. Go ahead, bud.
100 here, 300, 400. That's really, that's what I want. If I can do this all year and just minimize my losses, I know that AMC, that was, last year's memes, I think that party's over, man. In regards to those meme stocks, you never know, right? All it takes is one. But last year was an absolute bananas kind of a year, that I'm not, things are going to be slowing down. I think, in my opinion. So yeah, I took advantage when I needed to, but, blindly, I took those heavy losses. But if I can hit base hits all year and just minimize, $88 here, 100 here, and make another 30, 40, 50 grand doing this, the freedom. I quit my job September 16th of last year to do this. And this is my goal. This is what I intend to do long term, man.
Dude, every time you get on the mic, you absolutely fire me up. I'm fired up listening to you get all fired up. I love it. It's amazing. Like, hey, listen, like, we're going to get those home runs, guys. We will. There's going to be a few times out of the year penny stocks are on fire. We know when penny stocks on fire, and that's when we get aggressive. We can get aggressive. We can make those big time trades, 10,000, 20,000. But we're not looking for those every single day. In the beginning, we're looking for those consistent base hits, 50, 60 grand a year. Like Angel said, for me, I'm looking for those consistent $500 days, because I know what consistent $500 day does. In the moment, it's boring. I want 20 grand a day. That's exciting. But I know what $500 a day adds up to being at the end of the year. That's well over $100,000. And to be able to make that from the luxury of your home, doing what you love doing, oh, it's so worth it. It's so worth it. So, I absolutely love the energy, man, and the inspiration that you bring to the team, and just being open, being honest, being transparent with, where you were last year, where you're at now, and how you've made a lot of decisions to really focus on what I can hear from you is you really focusing on cutting your losses quick, really focused on managing the risk, minimizing those losses. But when you see your trade and you see your setup and it's for you, that's the time to take advantage. That's the time to get aggressive. And that's when you're going to see those nice profits.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the meantime, I'm looking, I'm watching. And even if I'm not in a trade, just getting, you pump me up in the morning. Like I think I told you the other day, it's like, I don't know how the hell you do it every day to just come on with that energy, because, not everyone can wake up and have to, educate so many people who are looking forward to you to getting on, and we rely on you. That's a big pressure, and for you to come on every day, be consistent with your energy, helps me out. I'm like, woo, when you hit me with a good morning, right? That's everything. Let's go, right? Those little things. But yeah, even when I'm not on a trade, I'm watching you guys, and I'm just reading what you guys are saying, and just watching, knowing I was on the phone with my brother-in-law yesterday. Him and I will talk, and how much he loves you. Does Chad? I was helping him with shortcuts. And so, by the way, anyone who's using Fidelity Active Trader Pro, by the way, I'm watching this new thing. So that and just, I'm just watching. I'm just watching and watching the trend. I don't like the VMA, so I started watching the WMA along with the 90MA, which is that white line. I just been studying that white line. It's the WMA in Fidelity, and watching what INDO did yesterday, staying above that white line in comparison to the 90MA. And that's what I was doing all day today, watching it with IMPP. And, and as soon as it goes below that white line, the WMA, it's going to tank. And it's been consistent that way. And that's what I've been watching, that trend. So that's what I'm on to now. I'm reading it. I'm trying to visualize. I'm going to different tickers and seeing how the WMA and the 90MA work in conjunction with the RSI and the MACD, everything else. But I found that I'm liking the WMA for anyone who's using the Active Trader Pro Fidelity. Check that out. Take a look at that if we're trying to look for something. But I was messing with that last night up until like 9 o'clock last night. I'm like, ooh, I like this WMA. So I'm just gonna watch it today, and I'm like, oh, it's looking good, right? But I gotta be patient, relax, and just watch and learn, continue to learn.
Now, Wade asked what the W. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I got that feedback. Let me shut that down. Turn my volume down. WMA, that's the weighted moving average. So is it a VWMA or is it just the WMA? W.
I just used that in the 90MA, and I went back to INDO, how it was reacting with that. When it was above the WMA, I mean, the thing was just kept on going. The moment there's a candle that's going halfway on the WMA towards the 90MA, below that, I would get out quick. And so that's what I've been working on now, just looking at that for the long term, because I didn't like the VMA. Fidelity doesn't have the VWAP. So I was trying to find something so it stays pretty close to the candles, man, this WMA. So I really like it. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm just watching and learning and studying on that for, my long-term plays.
And building up that confidence too, man, because you've had some great wins last year. Obviously, you want to see more consistent wins, and I want to give you props. Your first year in it and making some big trades like that, that's amazing, because I didn't have the kahunas to put on big risk and big size like that my first couple of years. So that's freaking awesome there. But I love the mindset. I love the motivation you have as you're really trying to hone in on that skill set, really hone in on your edge in the market to where you can really just find that consistency with it and attack those setups when you see it. Let me ask you, what's your goal for the first couple of months here this year? Like, what's your goal from last year and your success? Because you finished your year profitable. So what's your goal for the start for 2022? What changed? What made you want to kind of switch a few things up and take it this direction versus the direction it was going? And what was your goal for traders in chat?
Well, for one, I just paid myself out, full transparency. I just gave myself $51,000. I took half of that account and I paid bills. So I'm good for the year. I'm good for the year again, right? So now this year, I'm rolling with the $50,000 trading account, and so my goal is, if I would love to double that. My goal is for the end of the year, I'm going to double. I'm not gonna I'm going to double that. I want six figures, back up to 100,000, and so that every year, if I pay myself $20,000-$30,000 a year, shit, man. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. Excuse my language, guys. Just doing this, if I start off, even if I make 30,000 and every year I start off with 50, up to 30, up to 40, cool. Get myself that 40,000. Thank you. Let's go again and keep on going. So, I don't know. I didn't put a number. I would like to go double, of course, but you know, I have a range where worst case scenario, if I made 20,000 doing this, still I can pay my bills, right? Of course, my wife works. She's got to continue. Sorry, babe. Not a million a year, so you continue to work to pay that for the big travels, But I'm really sustaining, something. But
Hey, I got to butt in real quick because all I'm going to say here is I love it, dude. But we all know that once you hit that first 20, 30, you're going to have that confidence. And what are you going to do? You're going to be confident to scale into more size. And you're going to start seeing 60, 70. And you're going to be confident to scale into more size. Now you're going to be hitting 150, 200. There is no cap on how much money you can make in the stock market, baby.
I'm with you on that.
But slow and steady wins the race. Baby steps, little by little. Hit that first goal. Then go after your second goal, third goal, fourth goal, and just keep slowly scaling into your size, being more comfortable with taking on that risk. Because again, when you want to make more money, you got to take more risk, and you got to be comfortable with that. But again, there's a reason why there's people out there that make millions of dollars a month, a year from trading stocks, because they did just that. They didn't start making $1 million their first year. They didn't start making six figures their first year. They started small, and they slowly worked into that. And in a year, 2 years, 3 years, they got to that point where they're making $250,000. $500,000. I've seen it firsthand. I'm going to call out Sean Deckmore real quick, all right? He was my mentor 6 years ago. He used to get so fired up over $200 days. And I saw that as a new trader. He had been trading for a few years. So fired up over $200-300 days. But they were consistent. Guess what he made last year, guys? And again, I've been following him for like 7 years. And I saw him as a $200 day trader. $500,000. $500,000. But he didn't get there his first year, second year, third year, fourth year. It took this man 7 years to go from I'm making 50 grand consistently working from home to I just made $500,000. And I asked him, was it worth that time? Was it worth the discipline to get there, even though it took you 6 to 7 years? He goes, absolutely, because what other person is working from their home making $500,000 a year for 3 hours a day? You tell me someone else that's sitting in their office 3 hours a day making $500,000. Absolutely, it was worth it. So guys, there's no limits on how much you can make in the stock market, but it's not you're going to wake up one day and just boom, you hit it. It's going to take time to get there, little by little by little by little. And I promise you that if you have that desire to get there, you're going to get there, guys.
Yes.
So I absolutely love it. So, hey, I mean, while you're on the mic, man, does anybody, do you want to answer, anybody have any questions? You want to answer any questions if anybody has any?
Wait, yes, WMA. I'm going from the bottom up. Sorry, guys. Just pump up in the morning, cool, best ever. I like AJ Trends. See, send him an 80 t-shirt.
Oh, dude. What size are you, boss? What size are you?
A large.
Large? All right, we got you a large, man. Got you a large coming out. Here we go. What do we got here? We got a large. I got a medium. I got a large for you. I got you hooked up, boss. I'm going to get you an 80 t-shirt. I'm going to send you a couple of them, man.
AJ Trends. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, Josh, man. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. Hey, dude, I always appreciate you jumping on the mic and just being inspirational and motivational to everybody inside of chat. And really the transparency too, man. Just being transparent and sharing what you've gone through and what you're doing right now and all that. Because again, I'm sure they can learn from this. You know what I mean?
You know why it's easy for me to be transparent, Josh? Oh, I'm sorry. You know why it's easy for me to be transparent? Because you're so transparent, which is why I was like, wow, this guy is the real deal, right? He puts up his losses. He puts up his gains. He doesn't put up this front that I'm going to get you $1 million. I'm going to get you 50. You know, you have your bad days just like all of us. I feel like I'm trading with a friend. You know, now with these fakers that you see, I stick with me. You're going to the moon and beyond that. And that's what I'm all about. Your transparency was honestly what inspired me. I was like, man, this guy's up front. He's honest. He's me. He speaks my language. I feel that. And so thanks, bro. Again, thank you for all that.
And thank you and everybody else for giving me the motivation. You know, like obviously, like the transparency and the honesty comes natural to me, but the fact that you trust in me to help guide you, not to force you into things, but to help guide you through my mistakes, right? You know, what I did wrong, what I could have done different. Thanks for trusting in me to help you in your journey as a trader, man. So thank you for being here every day. Thank you for taking the initiative and just being of such value to the community and everybody inside the chat. Because I feel that way, guys. I don't know about you, but I feel, you know, Angel and everybody in chat, just of huge value being here. And we're all here to help one another succeed. So I love it, guys. You guys are what fires me up to get out of bed every morning, just so you know. If it wasn't for you guys, I would be sleeping in until 8:30, waking up 9 o'clock in the market for an hour. Back to bed I go. Back to bed. Yo, real quick, guys, send me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com with your address. I will send everybody a free shirt. I'm not going to charge you guys for a free shirt. Everybody's asking, I'll buy one. How much? Everybody in chat right now, you get a free shirt if you email me today. I'll just mail you out one, all right? I'll mail you out a free shirt, guys. So hit me with that email.
There's our win. There's our Friday win for the day, guys.
Hey, we got a $25 t-shirt, baby. Let's go. I love it.
Show up.
I love it, man. Nice Friday win. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, hey, guys, like me personally, usually I'm out of here at, 10:30, 11. I have to go get my haircut today. As you guys can see, my hair is a little wild. But do we want to jump back in and review the market and see what we have going on? Do you guys have any questions for me? You guys have any questions for Angel while he's on the mic? I just want to make sure that we're, can I get a schmedium? Yeah, you send me your address. All right, send me your address and send me your shirt size. And what I'll do is I'll work with my wife this weekend and we'll go ahead and get all these packaged up and sent out to you guys. And don't worry about compensation. Again, I want everybody to be repping ADT in the mornings. Everybody's going to be wearing ADT shirts in the morning, ready to go, fired up. And hey, and real quick, because Ed hasn't been here the last couple of days that I've been like just calling him out. Like the whole reason we have these shirts is because of Ed, the man, the myth, and the legend, Mr. Ed Nevis, right? He's not in chat right now. But the last few days, I'm like, Ed, where are you at? Where are you at? We're trying to shout you out. You haven't been here. So guys, give Ed a huge thanks for those shirts and for just making it happen. I mean, an awesome gift to have. And I'm going to pay that forward and give those shirts away to you guys here inside of chat. All right. So, Ed, you the man. Yes, you the man. All right, guys. So let's do this. Let's dive back into the market real quick, okay? Let's see if there's any opportunity before lunch. And, if not, we'll go ahead and end it, right? We'll go ahead and end our day. If we have some opportunity, let's see what we have in store. And let's make it happen, team. All right? So, Angel, I guess I will see you back in chat, my man. Cute dog, by the way. I see your little dog back there. Hey, thank you for your time, buddy. Thank you. All right, guys. Some Friday afternoon inspiration, right? That's what that is. Some Friday afternoon inspiration. And I love the inspiration. I love the motivation, guys. I just love just this community. I really do. So, what do we got, guys? Do we have anything with IMPP at this point in time? No. BOIL, that is the ETF that tracks gas, right? We have the inverse, that's KOLD. All right, do we have anything with KSCP right now? We may have a little 9 EMA, 9 EMA VWAP squeeze coming on up here. Look at how the stock is getting squeezed right now between that VWAP and that 9 EMA. So keep this one on watch here. Right, this is the first attempt at VWAP. I would say about 70% of the time on the first attempt, it doesn't really get that explosive move. Typically, you see an attempt, gets rejected, comes down, gets a little bit tighter, and then gets some action. All right, so watch KSCP for that 9 EMA VWAP squeeze that could be coming on up. You may have some opportunity there. There's no opportunity with INDO or IMPP at this point in time. This is looking, I'm still 50-50 right now on the SPY. From a daily perspective, I'm still a little 50-50. I'm here on the SPY. We've got that nice solid base of support. but it's still under that downtrend, right? So we see this massive downtrend that we were talking about this morning. We're still under this downtrend, and as long as we're under the downtrend, we're technically still bearish, and it is forming a little bit of this bearish flag. So be mindful that it is still slightly bearish at this point in time, but we have established, I mean, just some rock solid support right there at that 430. I mean, every time it tries to drop, it just pushes right back up. So we're still 50-50. We got buyers fighting for it, but we still have a bearish formation that we need to be mindful of before doing anything aggressive or anything like that, guys. And just so you know, it may take me a couple of weeks to get those shirts sent out, all right? I'm going to see all of your emails come through. I'm going to get all your email addresses, put them into an Excel spreadsheet with your names, your shirt sizes, and what we're going to do is I'm going to take one day with my wife. I'm going to go through this box, and I'm going to have to, again, get them packaged up, get some labels, and get those sent out to you. So, again, work with me a little bit. It may take me some time to go ahead and get all these emails in, right? Go ahead and make sure you're getting your right sizes, and I'll get those sent out to you guys very, very shortly, okay? Oh, and since I have everybody in chat, we were talking about this last night, okay? For those of you in chat, if you come back to the website tomorrow, Monday, it's going to look a lot different. Memberships have been shut down, right? We are no longer accepting new students at this time. It's invite only. So if anybody wants to sign up, they're going to have to send me an email for the invitation, as we are still beta testing, number one. And I want to make sure that members coming in are going to get the help they need, because I've had a lot of emails lately. Hey, do you trade Forex? Do you trade, day trade crypto? And there's a lot of spam accounts out there that are the Forex spam accounts. And everybody that's hit me up saying, hey, I didn't know you traded Forex. I want to join. I'm like, I don't trade Forex. You're going to be super disappointed if you sign up, because we do not even look at Forex, right? So again, obviously we're still here all day, every day, baby. Nothing's changing. The only thing that's changing is the membership tab, all of the links at the top, right? All of the links at the top, they're coming soon pages, right? No membership registrations, no anything. And the homepage is going to be different, basically saying, hey, our current members have priority access to the platform to trade with us on. So again, it's going to look different. Don't freak out. You can still log in the way you log in, access your dashboard, manage your payments, book your one-on-ones, dive into the video lessons library, the morning stock newsletter. All of that is open, okay? But I want to let you know, if you get a little thrown off come Monday, we are making some changes to the site, guys, okay? Well, I have, 80% of you guys here today with me, all right? So, right now at this point in time, penny stocks are definitely slow. Really not a lot going on there. You got a head and shoulders formation on Nvidia. Apple still is holding on up pretty decent. Apple's having a pretty decent day today, up 5% there on Apple. I'm glad I got out of TTD, right? Really watching the SPY to gauge my TTD trade, and I'm very happy I got out of that one for that profit, as again, this one started moving up with the overall market. And so right now, what I would say, team, if you're watching the SPY for major levels, what are some major levels that I need to be mindful of here? This downtrend, guys. I mean, check out that downtrend on an hourly chart. Since the 16th, right? Since we started really rolling over, we've had this very aggressive downtrend that it's gotten stuffed, right? Every time it comes up, it gets rejected. It comes up, it gets rejected, all the way going back to the 17th. Actually, the 13th, guys, right before the holidays. So, be mindful of that level. If you're looking to go long, just know that you have that downtrend resistance here on the S&P. If we start breaking that level, you're going back to 442, which is the 200-day moving average. Right now, you have a slight uptrend. You kind of struggled today around that trend line, but you could see it was honored, right? So that trend line, yes, it wasn't to the T, to the penny. You see in pre-market, it was really holding on up here just momentarily. Before we started really ripping, it regained the trend line and held on up. So this trend line is still very valid. Okay, so here on my chart, you can see the S&P, right? You still have a pretty valid uptrend. You definitely have a valid downtrend here. And right now, it's a waiting game to see what we're going to do long term, right? It's just really a waiting game to see what we're going to do here coming on up on the SPY. Is there anything you want me to look at before we jump off the mic? As you guys know, I'm typically diving off around 10:30, 11. I'm sure you guys can only imagine how burnt out I can be by Fridays with everything that we do inside of chat and a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff, and then add in all of the development work as well. It's been a very mentally draining week, and so right now I feel like I'm losing it just a little bit. I feel like my brain's becoming mushy. So with that being said, guys, I think my brain has had charts for the week. I'm definitely ready to take a step back, enjoy my weekend, enjoy the rest of this beautiful Friday, come back bright and early, fresh, ready to go for an awesome Money Monday and hitting the last day of January strong. Again, team, we have 1 day left. That is Monday before we dive into our February trading. And guys, we're all set, ready to rock and roll. Man, I got like so many emails. Holy. I know where you all live now. I know where you guys live. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, Hunter. I know where you live. Sam, I'm coming. Mika, I already know you live in Tampa. I'm coming for you. I'll meet you at the Hyatt. I'll meet you at the Hyatt. I deliver your shirt personally. You're there every other weekend, right? Been a year since I've seen you. It's been a year. All right, team. So right now it's almost 12 o'clock. Hey, let's welcome Tamika. She's been here for a long time, ladies and gentlemen. We never really see her in chat, but she's here listening. I know she is. I can see that she's logged in watching. She's taking it all in. She's absorbing all this information. But everybody, we got Miss Mika inside of chat. Speaking up, welcome. She's been here for a while, guys. She has. Oh, man. But yeah, where we first met, the Haya. Yes, the Haya. All right, guys. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and your email, it's josh@alphadaytrading.com. Absolutely. That's it, AJ. Yep, josh@alphadaytrading.com. All right, guys. Congratulations, by the way. Congratulations. And I hope your trading's going wonderful and your pregnancy as well. I hope everything's going good for you. We're happy to have you here. We love having you a part of the team. We hope you're making some great, consistent profits with everybody in chat. Team, it was an awesome week. It was a fun week, a very profitable week as well. So guys and girls, enjoy your weekend. I know it's going to be cold pretty much everywhere. I guess it's going to get down into the 30s here in Florida. So bundle up, stay warm, don't get sick because we are hitting it hard once again next week. Let's end January on a strong note and let's start February off on a good note as well, team. All right. So again, enjoy your weekend, team. Good job this week and get ready for Money Monday because we're hitting it hard once again. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. Let's get it. Enjoy your weekend. If you guys need anything, shoot me an email, josh@alphadaytrading.com. If you're still in the market today, be smart and trade safe. And I will see your beautiful faces back here bright and early, Money Monday at the start of pre-market. Once again, good job. Enjoy your weekend and take care, everybody.